So first off, this morning we're going to finish up on agriculture and natural resources budget. So I believe that Chairman Corbett, you have Department of Wildlife and Parks. So would you like to get us started on that?
Thank you, Chairman. So Wildlife and Parks budget's $92 million, and that's a $2 million increase. The agency estimates are revised for 22 of $94.9 million from all special revenue funds. This is an increase of $3.7 million or 4% above the FY22 approved amount. The increase is primarily due to $3.8 million in supplemental requests for record-keeping software and body cams for law enforcement, and that'd be 180 cameras, so what we were told. And for the law enforcement division, state park and state park repair and land maintenance equipment. This increase is partially offset by decreased expenditures primarily for gasoline and utility costs. And the committee kind of agreed with the governor for FY22. Move on.
All right, committee, are there any questions for fiscal year 2022? Seeing none, Chairman Corbett.
FY23, the agency requests expenditures of $97.8 million, all from special revenue funds. This is an increase of $2.8 million, or 3% above FY22 revised estimate. This increase is primarily due to increased expenditures for capital improvement projects, primarily for parks, fish, and wildlife maintenance. Of this increase, $1.7 million comes from federal funds. Projects include campground improvements, dock and dam repairs, storage buildings in various wildlife areas, and fishery hatchery improvements. The agency also estimates increased receipts in federal funds from 23, primarily for public lands program and public land maintenance. The agency's enhanced requests for operations total $918,457, which is a decrease of $209,508 from the agency's FY22 supplemental request for operations for 23. Operations enhancement requests include funding to combat aquatic species, and to purchase boats and land for maintenance and equipment. The committee agreed with the governor's recommendation.
All right, committee, are there any questions? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I missed something here, and this I really expected in 22, but 23, either way. Normally I see a line item here of about $150,000 for deer antler purchase. I'm not seeing that in this budget.
Well, really, when the really payout on that was $1.6 million, but it's okay.
I missed the decimal point.
Did you have to bring up deer antlers?
It's not a budget year if we don't, all right?
We've been hearing about that. I've been here 10 years. I've been hearing about that every single year.
I was going to say the same thing.
Representative Corbett.
One thing on the budget that has kind of caught my eye was there's $660,000 for increasing cabins and cabins for campgrounds, and it's in there. I looked at the South Dakota game, and they pay taxes just like anybody else does for their cabins to the counties and whatever, and they pay like their property tax for everything just like it is. And the other thing that frustrates me a little bit on that is it's pretty tough to compete with cabins if you're a lodging facility somewhere in the area, because they pay the private business pays pretty good taxes. And that's just a comment. I mean, it's in the budget and it passed out, but I just get tired of government trying to keep dipping their nose in private business, and it's tough enough the way it is. That's my comment for that.
Well, I guess a segue off of that, Wilson Lake is close to my area, and Do they know where they're going to be putting, is it new cabins or additional cabins?
I think it's,
throughout the state?
I think it said 60 sites. But I don't know where.
But we don't know where.
No. And the other thing is on that, if you're in the business, they don't have to go through county or city planning. It's just done. You know what I'm saying? So.
All right, thank you. Representative Williams.
So, Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, you brought up the property tax, but what about transient guest tax? Do they have to pay transient guest tax if their city or county requires it?
It may depend on the size of the bed. There's kind of a niche there for the size of the cabin or bedrooms or whatever, but I don't know. I'm not sure they.
Do you know?
We could ask somebody that's
Because
sitting
that's
here.
another way that gives advantage to, actually does give an advantage to
Right.
the public versus the private.
And the county people are paying for the road maintenance and they get all the services from the county that they're in. It's just something to think about. There's a lot of them now, and to expand another 60, before long, you might as well, whatever. It's just
And
a
we
thought.
can't change tax policy and provisos, so it is something to bring up with the chairman of tax.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I and Ken actually agree on some things. This isn't one of them. I think that we're talking about two vastly different markets here when you're talking about camping in a one-bedroom cabin at the lake versus a bed and breakfast. I mean, if they're just not the same venue. And if you want to go to a bed and breakfast, obviously it's going to cost you $150, $200 a night, and it's just a different venue versus camping in a cabin at El Dorado Lake or any lake. So I think, although I have the utmost respect for the representative, I think that he's talking about two totally different things. So thank you.
Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to belabor the fact, but is just discussing in a lot of these budget items that they're wanting more money, not having a specific plan. We've questioned that. I would like to request maybe more information if they do have a plan of where these are, if they're at Wilson or if they're at Webster, which is in my district, or if they're going to be at El Dorado or where they're going to be. I think that, do you not think that would be a legitimate ask?
No, I think that'd be prudent. I'd like to kind of know exactly what their master plan is in putting cabins across the state of Kansas. It could be at Sibelius Lake, or it could be, in other lakes that are across the state of Kansas, but we don't know exactly what their plan is
Well,
as far
I
as
just think that would be
lodging.
Would be good because I know, El Dorado and Sibelius and Webster, the two in my district, have a little bit different models. But a lot of times, seemingly, those two in my district are two of the last ones that get those type of enhancements. So I would just be curious. I think that would be, I would feel much more comfortable.
I think that'd be something that we can discuss and we can request from the department on what their plan
Pull
is.
this out and have a hearing on it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying we're going to pull it out, but I think we'll have a discussion about it before we put the final budget together.
Thank you.
Any further questions in regards to fiscal year 2023? All right, seeing none, Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. I move that the budget recommendation for the Department of Wildlife and Park for 22 and 23 be approved by the Appropriations Committee.
All right, committee, you heard the motion, seconded by Representative Carlin. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you, Chairman Corbett. We're going to go ahead and move on to the other items from yesterday that we had to carry over, and that would be Chairman Sutton, the chairman of the General Government Budget Committee, and so please indicate which budget you're going to be starting with this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for my tardiness yesterday. I missed this meeting entirely. But who would have thought that just like The Godfather, Snowmageddon 2 was even better than Snowmageddon 1? All right, let's get started with the Kansas Dental Board. All right, in 2022, the agency requests $418,500, all from special revenue funds. This is a fully fee-funded agency. The revised estimate is no change from the 21 legislature. With the approved amount, the agency estimates a slight decrease in expenditures for office supplies and group health, and increased expenditures for contractual services. The revised estimate includes 3 FTE positions, which is the same number approved by the 21 legislature. The governor concurred, and so did the budget committee. I can move on because there wasn't a lot of excitement in that one.
Go ahead and move on.
All right. For 23, the agency requests $417,000, all from special revenue funds for operating expenditures in 23. The revised estimate is no change from the approved 21, and a decrease of $1,500, all from special revenue funds below the amount approved in 22. The decrease is primarily attributable to lower anticipated expenditures for travel-related costs and supplies, partially offset by an anticipated increase in employee fringe benefits. The revised estimate includes 3 FTE positions, which is the same as approved by the 21 legislature. The governor concurs with the agency's revised estimate of $417,000, all from the Dental Board Fee Fund, and 3 FTE positions for 23. All right, the Budget Committee also concurred. I was looking for one of the members of my committee that made this particular notation that we agreed with. And that is that future budget submissions for the agency should include performance measures to indicate the rate of follow-up visits and the outcomes of the follow-up visit for inspections where deficiencies were found. If you look at the performance measures, you'll see that we have a percentage of how many passed, how many failed, but we don't have any real indication as to whether follow-up was done after that fact. And the reason this was brought up is that sometimes when you're dealing with anesthesiology, you can have some rather dire results from not having, I can't remember the name of the drug, to pull somebody out of sedation. It's kind of similar to a Narcan, but I don't know what that is. There have been cases, one that was kind of close to home there, about someone who had died in the dentist's office. Shocking and surprising, but they didn't have that drug readily available. It was there, but locked away for safety, and no one knew where the key was. So anyway, we just like follow up on any deficiencies that were found whenever a deficiency is found. And I'll stand for questions.
All right, committee, are there any questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So remind me, if it's a fee-funded totally agency, then it does not require performance measures?
They have performance measures. I don't know whether they're required or not. We have performance measures for the agency. We just don't have a line item for follow-ups to deficiencies.
Okay. And then the last one, former Representative Hemsley, is he still the executive director?
I don't think he's the director. He is on the staff there, though, right? He was available via WebEx.
All right, great, thank you.
Any further questions for Chairman Sutton? All right, Chairman Sutton.
With that, I will move the budget recommendations for the Kansas Dental Board for 2022 and 2023.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Sutton.
All right, let's go to the Board of Cosmetology. Which is in no way related to the study of stars, by the way. Okay, very good. Just wanted to clarify. All right, the agency for 2022 estimates revised operating expenditures of $1.1 million. All from the Cosmetology Fee Fund, again, a fully fee-funded agency. This is a decrease of $17,400, or 1.5% below the amount approved by the 21 legislature. This change was entirely driven by a decrease in the agency contributions for employee fringe benefits, including health care, retirement, and unemployment compensation. The governor concurred, and so did the Budget Committee. I can move on.
Seeing no questions, move on to 2023.
Not a lot to question there. For 23, the agency estimates revised operating expenditures of $1.2 million, all from the Cosmetology Fee Fund for 23. This is a decrease of $9,000 below the amount approved for 23. The decrease is due to a $21,611 decrease in expenditures for salary and employee fringe benefits. The decrease is partially offset by a $12,500 increase in expenditures for attorney funds, or attorney fees, sorry. The governor concurred, and so did the Budget Committee.
So exactly what would generate the increase of 12.5 for attorney fees?
That comes from the Attorney General's office. The caps for, each agency that relies upon the Attorney General for litigation costs or whatever legal fees that he might pass on to them, they're given a bill by the Attorney General's office. The caps for the Attorney General, this is kind of an interesting one, I'm glad you asked. The caps for the Attorney General office fees, are tied to bids, which we'll see here, and we'll hear just in a little bit here. And so as the expenditures for bids goes up, the caps for the Attorney General's office goes up. I don't believe he raised them to the maximum level that they're available, but he did increase the fees passed on to a number of different agencies based on that increased expectation of legal representation.
All right, thank you. Any other further questions for Chairman Sutton? All right, seeing none, Chairman Sutton.
All right. With that, I will move the Board of Cosmetology budget recommendations for 22 and 23.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Sutton.
Very good. All right, well, let's get on to the excitement now. We'll go to the Board of Barbering. You'll note that, first off, that it is a separate budget from cosmetology.
I was going to have a question about that.
I suspected you would. All right. The agency for 2022 estimates revised operating expenditures of $178,000, all from the Board of Barbering Fee Fund. Again, fully fee-funded agency. This is an increase of $19,390 above the amount approved by the 21 legislature. The increase in expenditures includes a supplemental request for CBT for a computer-based testing contract the agency signed with an outside vendor. For 2022, the agency estimates fees of $12,702 for the CBT contract. I can get into this more, but what ended up happening is when they signed the contract on August of 21, the company didn't bill them. And so in August of 22, when they went to renew, they said, hey, by the way, we didn't get a bill for last year. And so then both bills came due. So it was, that 22 is double what it should be for each year. The agency revised estimate also includes a supplemental request for computer leases and domain access from OITS, which has increased expenditures by $2,553. An administrative assistant with the agency will be transitioning to a 32-hour work week from 24, which then triggers full-time benefits, and we'll see that reflected also in the this will increase salaries and wages expenses by $3,400. Other notable increases include a supplemental request for attorney fees, as previously noted, by $1,500 per contract with the Office of the Attorney General, and travel expenses that increased from 21, in which they were almost nothing, by $1,540. The governor concurred with the 22 revised estimate, and the Budget Committee concurred, but also notes that the agency request should include 2.4 FTE positions in the 22 budget instead of 3.1. There's an unfunded and unfilled .75 appointive state agency head vacant position. This position was included in the 2022 agency revised estimate due to a data entry error. It shouldn't be counted as an FTE, but it was, so it showed as 3.1 FTEs rather than 2.4, which is more accurately reflective of the agency.
All right, thank you, Chairman Sutton. Any questions for fiscal year 2022? Seeing none, move on to 2023.
All right. The agency estimates revised operating expenditures of $173,000, all from the Board of Barbering Fee Fund for '23. This is an increase of $13,678, or 8.6% above the $159,000 amount approved for '23. This increase is primarily due to increases in enhancement request for the CBT contract, which increased fees by $5,800 for 2023. The increase is also caused by an enhancement request for OITS domain access and leasing of computers. This is the same raise that was in 2022. Bear in mind that in '21, we made a 2-year budget, so it's going to be, that increase is going to be reflected in both '22 and '23. Not meaning that it's cumulative. Those are individual increases. The board voted to increase the hours for the administrative assistant to 32 per week, up from 24. This has increased salary and benefits expenditures by $3,475. The agency's revised estimate includes increased attorney fees of $1,500. Again, not cumulative, but individually, both increased by $1,500 per contract with the Office of the Attorney General. The governor concurs with the '23 revised estimate, and the Budget Committee concurs with the governor's recommendation with the same notation about the improper reflection of the .75 FTEs.
So same with the Department of Wildlife Parks in regards to deer antlers. We've had that conversation for many years. We've also had the conversation about combining the Board of Cosmetology and the Board of Barbering. Was there any discussion?
Not officially
Just have to
within
ask
the
that.
committee.
All right.
Representative Amix is my ranking on that committee. So there was no official discussion on that whatsoever. There was a lot of poking back and forth, however.
All right, thank you. Representative Estes.
Mr. Chairman, may it be in order I go back to the previous, to the 2022 and ask a question? I just want to make sure that your $3,411 is an accurate number. If you go from 24 hours to 32 hours a week, that's 8 more hours a week, times 52 weeks in the year, that's 416 extra hours. Is $3,400 the right amount to cover that payment?
I am so glad you asked. I made a little brief comment in there about when you move from 24 hours to 32 hours, that triggers full-time benefits.
Right, so I'm thinking just hourly, and then you add full-time, and I don't see how $3,400 is enough unless they're getting money from somewhere else, or...
Yeah, that's what they said, that it would, including the group health insurance and so forth, that covered it, yes.
I guess we'll hold them to it. Thank you.
There you go.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The computer-based testing, is that going to be an annual, is that a lease or of some sort?
That is going to be ongoing. In fact, we're going to see that hopefully reflected in the performance measures as well, as far as the people passing the test. It's actually kind of a neat idea. The test has 3 parts for barbering. One of them is, or actually 2 of them are hands-on. One of them is now online. They don't have to travel to a barbering college to do that. They can do it from a number of different testing locations, making it a lot more convenient and a lot less stressful for some folks who may get a little tense in test-taking environments. They have already, and this is purely anecdotal, but they've already seen improved turnouts in their testing. But yes, this is going to be ongoing. It's not going to be a supplemental request in the future, because we'll have it baked in. We'll know what the cost. We knew we were moving to it last year, but we didn't know exactly what the cost was going to be.
So this is like for continuing education or
This
for
is
new
for
people?
new licenses.
Oh, new licenses. Oh,
Right.
okay. So do they do their license online too? Do they have a computer program that they,
Their renewals,
For the renewals
I
and all
believe
that?
they are doing that online
Okay.
now.
So-
That's new too, by the way.
is the cosmetology moving towards something like this too, or?
I didn't hear that reflected in their budget recommendations.
Because it'd
but-
be interesting, because they probably, there's possible that they could use the same concept, I mean, the same company even, and get more
Ere
economies
the
of
two
scale.
shall meet.
I know, I know, but it's possible they could, I mean, use the same company and get a little bit of economies of scale, so, anyway, just curious. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to ask you about the performance-based budgeting on the testing, and it shows that they're doing worse. From 2020, that 50, it says target is 51% are failing at least one of the tests. So tell me about
Yes.
that. And again, and I think you just answered this. You said that that's just examination to become a barber, but this is not ongoing certification or
No,
licensure?
not renewals, no.
Okay, so just why?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was a point of discussion, and you know, you don't think you get into the nuts and bolts in some of these tiny little budgets, but our committee absolutely does. This is kind of neat. It looks like in the performance measures that they expect to increase the amount of people failing. All right. That's not the question that was posed to the agency, however. When you look at the agency performance questionnaire that they had filled out, what they had expected, it said the amount that will pass. And so somewhere between what they submitted and what we received, that outcome measure got changed from passing to failing. They're expecting more people to pass, not more people to fail.
Okay, well, it's such a high bar, 50%. I find it interesting. So anyway, thank you.
Any further questions? I think we had a phone malfunction over on the
I think that was a watch
east side. Oh, it's your watch. All right. Representative Helgerson, did you have a question? Oh. Representative Estes.
I'm going to answer Representative Hoffman's question. I have a close relationship with the cosmetology school next to my district, and they do use computer testing for their system, and they're even doing virtual practicums for their proving they can cut hair correctly. I'll suggest to them they work with barbering and save us some money.
I don't recommend that, by the way.
Any further questions? Representative Corbett.
I think I'm just glad that they're still here, because when the shutdown hurt this industry pretty hard.
absolutely.
And I've talked to a lot of them, and I'm just glad some of them are still here in business. So anyway, good job.
Any further questions or comments?
It-
Seeing none,
It hurt here.
Chairman Sutton.
With that, Mr. Chair, I will move the Board of Barbering budget recommendations for 2022 and 2023.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Chairman Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll go ahead and move on to the actually scheduled budget report outs, and I'll turn it over to Chairman Carpenter, the Chair of the Social Services Budget, and please indicate which budget you're going to be starting with.
Very good. Good morning, committee. Let's start out, it's volume 1, page 197. For the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. We'll start off with the hardest one. Volume 1, page 197. Okay. The mission of the Healthcare Stabilization Fund Board of Governors is to administer the Healthcare Provider Insurance Availability Act in accordance with the duties and responsibilities set out in the Act. The principal goals are to ensure that Kansas healthcare providers have adequate access to have access to adequate professional liability insurance to stabilize the medical professional liability insurance market for Kansas healthcare providers. And 3, assure that sufficient assets are reserved to adequately fund accrued healthcare stabilization fund liabilities. The agency requests a revised estimate of $3.6 million, all from special revenues funds for the expenditures in 2022. This is a $370,025 below the 22 approved amount. There's an increased expenditures for salaries and wages of $29,992, or 1.6%, and commodities of $5,000, or 15.2% above the 22 approved amount. These are offset by decreased expenditures for contractual services of $405.17, or $405,017, or 6.4% below the 22 approved amount. These changes are attributable to the decreased expenditures on attorney's fees, expert witness fees, deposition costs such as court reporter fees, and similar defense costs directly related to claims and lawsuits against the healthcare providers. The agency estimate includes 21 FTEs, same as approved number. The governor concurred with the agency's revised estimates, and the budget committee concurred with the governor's recommendations.
All right, committee, are there any questions for Chairman Carpenter? Representative Williams.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So when we look back at 2021, there's a 30% increase. So is that just because of the lawsuits then? And I know that there are some salary increases, but that seems small compared to what the hike is from.
Yeah, I'm just doing this from memory, but I think they increased fees because of COVID and other liability issues. And also, there was that tort reform law that that expired. There was a court case, if you remember, a couple of years ago that invalidated our court reform. And is that accurate, Martin? Okay. So,
and just to note that 30% increase on that stabilization fund that those doctors are paying insurance for, is that right? What that is?
right, a percent,
Right.
yes.
That's just passed on to you and I, and our healthcare costs continue to rise.
And I think that's what's going to happen when this whole COVID thing has upset the apple cart. You know, there's just no, you know, they insure, a lot of people don't realize, but they also insure nursing homes and other health providers. So it's not just doctors. Nursing homes also are involved in this deal. There's over 16,000 providers insured under this.
Representative Helgerson.
Can you tell me what the balance is in the liabilities fund?
I can. They have $308 million worth of investments, and they have $278 million in liabilities.
Did you have any discussion with them about how they define liabilities?
I did not.
Did you have any discussion with them, or did they bring up their policy of investments?
No, I did not.
Okay. This summer, we had a little bit of discussion with them that they keep all of the money that they keep for liabilities in short-term interest rates. And the board, Representative Prell and myself and others, we had raised the question whether or not it is prudent to keep it in all short-term interest rates, especially over a long period of time, when we know that the liabilities are not all going to hit at the same time. And that, I think, as I remember, the maximum amount of liabilities they have. We asked the board to look at whether or not their policies should be adjusted so they can get a better return on all the $300 and some million. I'm just bringing it up so you have this information and they can look at it and make whatever decision they want in the future.
Very good. Noted.
Any further questions or comments on fiscal year 2022? Seeing none, Chairman Carpenter, move on to 2023.
The agency requests an estimate of $37 million, all from special revenue funds for the expenditures in 2023. This is an increase of $396,425, or 1.1% above the 22 revised estimate. This request includes increased expenditures for salaries and wages of $43,000 or 2.3%, and an increase of contractual services of $72,759 or 1.2% above the 22 revised estimate. The request also includes decreased expenditures in the commodities, $4,900 or 13.2%, and in capital outlay, $1,500 or 2.4% below the revised 22 estimate. Additionally, the request includes an increase in other assistance of $286,000 or 1% above the 22 revised estimates for expenditures related to court-approved settlement agreements and jury awards. The agency requests 21 FTEs, which is the same as 22. The governor concurred with the agency's request, and the budget committee concurred with the governor.
All right, thank you, Chairman Carpenter. Committee, are there any questions for fiscal year 2023? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the overview. Just a couple questions in general, following up on the question Representative Williams had, and I got the explanation, but it also looked like 2021 had a decrease, so maybe that was a low year. You maybe mentioned it and I missed it, but the first question would be, what took us down in 21 that we might have restored in 22?
Chairman Carpenter.
I have to phone a friend. This is from 21 to 22. Page 6. Okay, page 6. Well, it's 202 in your booklet. The agency estimated revised expenditures of $36 million, all from special revenue funds in 2022, an increase of $8.8 million. Or 31.8% above the 22 actuals. The increase in all categories of expenditures, including salaries and wage expenditures of $71,000, contractual services $1.5 million, or 33% increase, commodities $34,000, capital outlay $36,000, and other assistance expenditures of $7.2 million, or 33.5% above the increase is primarily attributable to effects of the COVID pandemic on the courts in 2021. These increased expenditures were related to attorney fees, expert witness fees, deposition costs, court reporters, and similar defense costs directly related to claims and lawsuits against healthcare providers, along with anticipated court-approved settlement agreements or jury awards. The increase in commodities was due to expenditures annual Defense Council seminar, which was canceled in 20 and continued in 21. So it's kind of what I remembered, but I didn't.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. And I have one other point after this one. So, and I got that explanation for Representative Williams' question, so I'm sorry to belabor that. But if it was an increase due to the COVID activity, then I might expect that to go away in the future. I see it sustained in 23. I wonder if we anticipate that it will go down. I was just trying to get a handle on whether 21, fiscal year 21, was the outlier year with the 20% decrease over 20, or if it was indeed the answer to this question and the previous question that COVID bumped us up and we would be looking for that bump to go away.
Good question. I don't know. I would think that it will take a while for this liability from COVID and all this kind of stuff to work its way through the system. We're still not out of the pandemic, and I would imagine they're being cautious about what kind of lawsuits are going to be out there in the future. But
so, and I don't question that the agency does a great job for us. We're very lucky to have it and the people that are there. I would just keep it in mind for us as we look at the funds. If indeed it is to this at some point, I would be looking for where those might go away. And I just asked to note that, if I may. The
Very good.
other question I would have related to, we made some changes last year in terms of the coverage and what the Healthcare Stabilization Fund provides and what the private market provides. I am curious how that might have affected revenues and expenses. We used to offer 2 coverage levels, while we still offer the statutory ability to offer 2 coverage, offering 1. And I'm wondering how that affects operations expenses and cash flows, and if there was any discussion of that.
Chairman Carpenter.
There was not.
Representative Johnson, did you have a follow-up?
That would be another item I'd just be interested in the detail on.
I can certainly get back with you on that.
Thank you.
All right. Representative Williams.
Just a quick question. So in terms of the lawsuits and in terms of harms and the VAERS system that reported, for example, over the COVID, 220,000 at least harms reported because of the vaccine mandate and the vaccines, you can't sue the pharmaceutical companies. Are any of these lawsuits, can a person sue a provider of such vaccine?
Chairman Carpenter.
Representative Williams, I'm not even in that attorney realm, so I have no answer for that, but I can certainly get back with you on that.
Any further questions for Chairman Carpenter in regards to fiscal year? Representative Ballard.
I'm not an attorney either, but I did ask that question on another matter. And because those vaccines were actually developed on a federal level, and they were approved by a federal level, that you would have to go through the federal government if you're going to sue who the manufacturer was, who did it, and it came down to us. So on a state level, we're not in that realm. It has to go to the federal.
Any further questions for Chairman Carpenter? All right, seeing none, Chairman Carpenter.
I would move the budget for the Healthcare Stabilization Fund Board of Governors for 22 and 23.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Ballard. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Carpenter.
Okay, let's move to Veterans Affairs, Volume 2, page 1140. The mission of the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office, KCVAO, is to serve Kansas veterans and their families, relatives, and dependents with information, advice, direction, and assistance through the coordination of programs and services in the field of education, health, vocational guidance, and placement, and economic security. The agency requests a revised estimate of $26.8 million, including $6.5 million SGF for FY22. This is an all funds increase of $5 million or 22.5%, including an SGF increase of $863,348 or 15% above the FY22 approved amount. Significant items in the agency's estimate include the following: federal funding. The agency request includes additional federal funding from the American Rescue Act's $2.2 million for veterans' homes and the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, $355,000 for state extended care facilities to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Supplemental requests. The agency requests include temporary staffing, $500,000, veteran service programs, $85,000, architect fees for a new veterans home, $250,000, and funding for the information resource manager's position, $36,000. Capital improvements for $4.3 million, including $111,000 SGF for 2022. The agency estimates include 373 FTE positions, same as 22. The governor recommended $29 million, including $6.5 from SGF For the expenditures for 2022, this is an increase of 2.1 million or 7.9% above the agency's 22 revised estimate. Significant items in the governor's recommendation include the following: the ARPA 24/7 pay plan. The governor recommends adding 2.1 million, all from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund in 2022 to implement the 24/7 pay initiative recommended by the Sparks Task Force Executive Committee and approved by the State Finance Council. This plan provided a base pay increase for hourly and salaried employees, pay differential for hourly personnel, and a one-time premium pay allocations up to $3,500 for salaried staff. The governor's recommendation included 373 FTE positions, which is the same number as the agency's revised 2022 revised estimate. Questions?
All right, thank you, Chairman Carpenter. So going back to the capital improvements, last year we had approved a bill in regards to building a new veterans home in 5 counties or in the northeastern part of the state.
Right.
And I'm assuming that the addition for the architect fee of $250,000 is in regards to that bill that passed last year?
It is.
There's a federal match in building the home, but does that not include the architect fee?
I couldn't say. I would say it wouldn't, but I'm not sure. They didn't say.
And do we know where the veterans home is going to be built? Have they decided on a location yet?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Any further questions for fiscal year 2022? Representative Helgerson.
On page 2, big reference to the Smart Task Force Executive Committee paying for the pay plan. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the one-time money, right?
It is.
And the governor and the legislature is now doing a pay plan increase with one-time money?
Well, the 24/7 program, yeah, yes.
Thank you.
If I could elaborate on that. We actually had a discussion on that in the Legislative Budget Committee during the interim. There is concern from, I think, everybody that was on the Legislative Budget Committee that when this was approved by the State Finance Council, that it may not be one time, because once you give a pay increase, and it's not temporary. And the thought of the Legislative Budget Committee is this is going to be an ongoing expense, even though they're using one-time money at this point for the 24/7 pay increase. Being in private business, once you give a pay increase, very difficult and very rarely do you ever take it away. And that was the concern that was brought by the Legislative Budget Committee members. And so this most likely will be an ongoing expense. Representative Helgerson.
I told you earlier that I would stop with my continual harping about the spark funds, and I am. But I told you also that we're treating the spark funds just like SGF dollars, and the 600 and whatever million dollars is going into in many ways is being spent like dollars that we are pumping up the whole system. And not only are we pumping up the whole system, we don't have any money to pay for all the cuts that will happen in the out years. And, you know, I've already decided I'm not going to make any motions or anything in here. But it is a house of cards that we are creating, or the governor has created, that is going to cause real financial and programmatic problems in the future.
And you'll probably see, because in the governor's budget, that 24/7 pay plan cascades into the 2023 budget. There's an increase for that as well, which just complicates the issue in regards to this being an ongoing expense. Representative Helgerson.
And Mr. Chairman, I understand that, but when I argued about spark funds are actually state general fund dollars, they're interchangeable. we're using them here to fill a gap, and we're using them here to take care of SGF dollars, and really, they're just extra dollars. They're one-time money that the governor can use for a tax increase or a tax decrease if she wants, or we can use it for paying part of a base salary increase for 1 year, and another year we go to state general fund. You know, I haven't figured it out yet, but I'm going to figure it out by the time we get on the floor, how much of an increase we see in our base budget, in our funding for state government. And I'm guessing it's probably 10 or 15 or 20% this year. And, you know, that's unsustainable. And it's unsustainable because when you go through the projects that we have, we're putting money there because we have extra money, as opposed to not doing this. And I've already gotten off on the Spark stuff, but I'll hold my rest of the comments.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, and this is going to be an issue that we're going to be discussing with Chairman Carpenter's budgets and also Chairman Francis's budgets in regards to corrections in regards to the 24/7 pay plan. This was exhaustively discussed in December with the Legislative Budget Committee, and we had reservations, extreme reservations about this, because it's going to be an ongoing expense. Like I said before, in private business, if you give a pay increase, you do not take it away. And this is going to be the same in state government. And even though the explanation, when I was contacted by the governor's office before she made the statement in regards to the 24/7 pay plan, I expressed to them, I said, once you give it, you can't take it away. It's going to be an ongoing expense. Representative Carpenter.
I think that's a global discussion that we need to have, and we can have it right here, we can have it another day, but you know, the former representative talks about dollars, but these are actually people. You know, so what do you want me to do? What do you want to do? You want to close down the veterans home? I mean, so you act like you're disconnected from that, but the process is we're competing against the private sector for employees. End of story. That's, everybody knows that. $15, you know, whatever the fee is, we have either got to do that to compete, or we need to close these facilities. I don't really, I mean, I have an opinion, but if this committee wants to talk like that, let's vote it up. But you need to think about that. We're not talking about you know, you talk about it like dollars, we can cut this out. We don't have any other option as a government to raise our prices. Private business, which some of you might know, I was involved in that a little bit in the past. We did. I could raise my prices of my products that I sold to pay my employees more and absorb that. We don't have that option in this business. Whether you like it or not, it's not going to go away. So we just have to get used to that reality. If you want to whack this, how much do you want out of here? And we can continue that conversation on every one of my budgets, every one of them. And the committee can make the decision of what we want to do. If we want to take care of these folks, which many of them are our most vulnerable people in these homes and all this kind of stuff, we can either do that or we can close them. There's no other option.
Representative Helgerson, did you have a follow-up?
I have a lot of compassion for the representative. But I also have gone through the horrors of having a bleeding heart, and I was accused of having a bleeding heart many years. And then having to step in as chairman of the same committee and having to make cuts because we didn't have the funding. What this legislature and this committee is still not addressing is we cannot afford all of the programs we have in place. I'll just make reference to a different group. We heard from the regents yesterday that said we have a population of people that need less, that is shrinking, going to college. But our budgets are increasing and our staffing is increasing and our institutions are increasing. Every business would say, you have the wrong model. We have buildings that we are subsidizing in this town because we don't want to make the good business decisions about this. I want to make good business decisions, and I want to put money in all those programs and make sure that the money's there over a long period of time. But when you make too many, when you're too generous and you can't say no to some of the programs, as worthwhile as they are, then you have a situation where they fail.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we had the luxury of deciding who gets and who does not get, that might be a possibility. But if you get a budget where someone is asking for, I'll just say 25 million, and someone else is asking for 48 million or 58 million, which is what we saw yesterday, we look at that and say, there's no way do we have enough money to handle that. So we do a percentage of what it is. But how do I make that decision, or how do we make that decision when we have people wanting to put their mom and dad and sister and brother in an Alzheimer's home? We can't say, we don't have enough money for you to assist. We can't say, well, you know what, it's going to be a continuing expense. We either say, and I have to agree, we either have to say, close your place. You paid a heavy fee to get a license, and maybe you want to carry it over, but you're going to have to close it because we can't assist you because of long term. I would much rather we assisted them on a part-time and maybe 2 or 3 years and get them, and maybe the people get on their feet, but we provided the services rather than saying we can't provide the services at all. We can't do that. We cannot do that.
Going on to a different subject, I'm going to ask this question to the chairman. As I mentioned before, last year we passed a bill to authorize a new veterans home to be built in northeastern Kansas. And so that will make 3 veteran homes in the state of Kansas. Is that correct?
Fort Dodge, Winfield, and the new one.
So I'm going to talk about this because I'm the grandson of a World War II veteran. I'm the son of a Vietnam veteran. And I'm going to talk about the area of the state that I represent. Has there been any discussion in regards to building a veterans home in northwest Kansas?
There is not. The occupancy levels, quite frankly, if we built one, if we want to talk about just the economics of it, if we built one in the northeast, we should close probably Dodge or Winfield. The capacity, and part of their capacity problems are just the simple fact that they don't have the staff to take on folks, but their capacity, they're half empty. They've got a lot of room there already. We don't need this new home if we're just talking about capacity. We have it in those other facilities, but then you get into the distance, much like you're talking about with Northwest Kansas, but you get into distance. The Northeast is highly populated, lots of veterans up there, so it'd be very convenient for those folks in that new home. But as far as the capacity, we don't need that new home.
Well, and if I recall, when we had the discussion last year in regards to the veterans home that was going to be built in northeast Kansas, I believe Kansas, compared to all of our surrounding states, had the least amount of veteran homes. Nebraska, Missouri, Oklahoma, Colorado all had more than we do. And Nebraska has a less population than we. So I guess in a way I kind of question the capacity issue. If Nebraska is able to have more veterans homes than the state of Kansas, that is something that we probably should look into. And my next question is, what is the qualifications for going to a veterans home? Is it just being a veteran?
Yeah, and there's some, it's a charge for it.
Yeah.
It's not free, and it's a charge, and I can't remember. Martin, do you have those rates? We talked, wait, I might have it. Yes, I might. It's income-based also, you're correct.
What is it?
And that's what I probably figured too.
1,000, let me see. We have that.
Any further questions for Chairman Carpenter? Representative Estes. Back to you.
Just a curiosity, have they ever looked at, in western Kansas, we have more capacity than we need. And I don't know your numbers, so I'm truly asking a sincere question. Does it make economic sense to give those veterans a voucher since they're already paying a portion of theirs and let them go to a local nursing home? And I kind of think that that kind of a concept might help some of the nursing homes in western Kansas survive, because then government's not taking someone who could be helping them survive.
Chairman Carpenter.
There has not been any conversation about that. They have capacity of their own, so there's no reason for them to put them in another home when they have capacity in their own homes.
I guess what I was thinking is, you said that the western Kansas nursing homes are not filled to capacity. And
Right.
so, and I don't know your numbers, and maybe it's more appropriate to talk about this offline, but I was just kind of wondering, well, if some of them are not very full, does it make sense for us to keep them open? And if we give someone a voucher who's in one that's not very full, does it help that local nursing home stay open? And again, I don't know the numbers, but I'd be curious to see what we can find out.
I don't disagree, but if we're just talking about capacity, it makes no sense to build a new home when you have plenty of capacity in the others too. So it's complicated is all I'm going to say about that. If strictly business-wise, why are we even talking about a new home other than the fact that it's convenient to drive there? So that's, if you want to look at it just in strictly numbers.
Well, and to kind of go, and maybe to a different segment than the line of questioning, my grandmother, as I mentioned before, my grandfather was a World War II veteran, and my grandmother broke her hip, and so she had to go to assisted living in October of 2020, and I have been handling the finances for her. So when I go home, I balance checkbooks and everything. Due to the fact that my grandfather was a World War II veteran, she receives or she is going to receive, we're still in the paperwork with the U.S. Department of Labor, but because he was a World War II veteran, she receives a voucher or stipend of approximately $1,300 a month to assist in either a nursing home or a assisted living, but that money is just primarily dedicated for rent. And so I'm wondering if a veteran would receive that particular stipend in a veteran's home that could be utilized. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me explain that. Okay, it's a Soldier's Home Fee Fund, and it was authorized by KSA 76-1952, includes revenue from resident fees and other miscellaneous revenues such as farm but no veteran or eligible dependent is denied admission because of his or her financial status. Veterans and eligible dependents with limited resources are required to apply for all programs for which they are eligible, and that would include Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, or any Veterans Affairs pension or compensation program. Now, the monthly charge for a room in the domiciliary, which is not your own private, is $1,225 for veterans. And you have to understand, we think it's just a veteran's home, but they can bring their dependents with them as well. And it's $2,249 for eligible dependents. It gets a little more complicated when we look at it. The monthly charge for a semi-private room in the nursing care unit is almost $3,000 for veterans and $5,600 for eligible dependents. And in 2020, the agency indicated that it had double counted, so they had to return some funds. But it's not just the nursing home. But the point you make is one that we have discussed. We can have more facilities available but it's putting them in the right places. I don't know how they made the decision on where this one would go, but that'll give you an idea of what the expenses are, okay? And you asked another question, and I thought I knew the answer, but I didn't just want to take it off the head of the architect fee. All right, part of that supplement was that the agency looked at it includes, that 250 SGF to pay for it, but they added an architect firm to assist in the initial application process, which is what we had to build a new veterans home. So whatever they decided on, they brought in another firm to help them with them, and that's why this supplement fee.
All right, thank you. So going back to your comments, Representative Ballard, you said it was $1,200 a month for a veteran?
Yeah, it's $1,225 for veterans.
And dependents is $2,040?
And then it would depends on where they are. This is for I take it as, if you say domiciliary, that's more like a dormitory. They're just kind of like in that area. But for the veterans, it's roughly $2,200. Okay.
Well,
So
like I mentioned before, I'm handling my grandmother's finances, and she's paying $5,100 a month for assisted living.
Yeah, and then it can go up to 5640.
Right.
So for the veterans, they can go to 5640, and that makes a big difference. But remember, they have to apply for everything they're eligible, so that it's not just putting the expense just on them.
Like I mentioned before, like the veterans benefit that my grandmother gets, that would be in addition to the rent that's paid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's different
If you go
benefits.
to assisted here, or you need this, or you go into the Alzheimer's wing that they have right now, which is really expensive. I mean, and I don't have the figures because they don't mention it, but it just depends.
All right, thank you. Representative Johnson.
And my question is answered. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions in regards to fiscal year 2022? Representative Sutton.
Oh, we're on 22. Okay, well, I may hold part of my question, but I do have one question. You mentioned that their occupancy is pretty low, or certainly not at capacity. This may not be one that you have the answer to right now, and that's fine. Have they ever been at capacity?
Chairman Carpenter.
I'm not aware of that. I don't think since I've been in this budget.
Right.
they've
No,
not.
I mean, since their inception.
Yeah, I don't have a clue.
Yes.
It's the 1800s.
Oh, yeah, it's been a long time.
So-
That's why I didn't expect you to have the answer right now.
Sure.
I'd just like to see the trend on that, because, part of this looks like perhaps a geographic area. If we've got homes where there aren't customers, and we've got customers where there aren't homes, maybe some geographic restructuring may be in order, in
doubt.
order to fully utilize capacity.
No doubt at a cost, but again, the inconvenience versus the cost, so it takes you 6 hours to get to your relative or whoever's in there, your loved one that's in there, and it's already there versus the cost of building a new 50-bed facility. And to the former representative, we were talking about these costs. It's the inconvenience of that, but it's there and it's available and it's great care.
Oh, I'm not doubting that. I have no data on that whatsoever. I'm just thinking that if it's 6 hours, that patient may not be there to begin with. They may be in another facility because they don't want to put someone 6 hours away from them.
Don't disagree. There's just, everything's a cost benefit.
All right, thank
It's
you.
that simple.
And I'll save my second question for 2023.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Precisely what you just said, because when we asked about why did they choose that location before we all voted on it, it was because they said it was declining in that area. And the need had moved northeast, and so they were trying to accommodate where it was so people wouldn't have to come so far. So that's why I think, number one, we could do it, but they realized they're going to build it where there seems to be a greater population because that one was declining. But you just can't, the way they said, if I remember, you can't just relocate these people. They've been there for several years. It's like their home is like there. And they came there because they had family in that area. But as their family may have moved away or passed away or something, that maybe you can make changes. So I don't know how we handle the situation, but we do have to take it where the population is. But I don't think you can just abandon what you have in Winfield.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a very interesting discussion, and I've got a couple points. I can see both, both arguments from Representative Helgerson and Representative Carpenter, and I think that's where we find ourselves, and we're going to find ourselves more and more in that we're going to have to get back to more of what is the core function of government, because we've just continually just keep adding more programs and more things. I know, imagine that. But one of these days, I'm afraid it will become something of a reckoning. But back to the, I look at Fort Dodge, and some of you may have been to Fort Dodge, maybe haven't. And yeah, they are not near at capacity of where they were when they built that. The issue that I think that we have with a lot of these facilities, it's the same issue that we have with Osawatomie. When they built these facilities, they were huge multi-building facilities. I guess that was just the way they built things back then. And now we're stuck with all these buildings, and very few of them are actually being used, but yet you hate to let them crumble because you may need them later. And like Osawatomie, and when we were there, we saw a lot of those buildings are just crumbling, and they're beautiful buildings. And Fort Dodge is a neat campus. I mean, it's got this huge place that I can every time I go through there, I can just imagine in the day, veterans out there in that there was no fountain, and but it's just not like that anymore. So you don't want to abandon them, because Western Kansas needs a veterans home too, but yet it doesn't need as big a one as that campus. And so I don't know what the answer is, but it's definitely something that I think we have to worry about on all these budgets, is just when we build something now, what's it going to look like 100 years from now? So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it raises a question of do we truly need veteran homes, period? And here's why I ask that. My pops, rest his soul, went to the nursing home, Vietnam War veteran, and when we considered that option and looked at Winfield, that was about an hour plus from our house, whereas he could go to the villa that's half a mile from the house and receive the same, if not better, services. So there's no requirement that veterans actually use veterans' homes. And so, families that truly care about their dependents are going with options that are just simply the closest that they can, especially those that fall in the financial need category, because in a way, a lot of these same programs exist through Medicare and Medicaid for our lower income residents, which, as we know, a lot of people fall into, to have those same services at our local homes that already exist. So it is a conversation where we have to say, even if it is built, if it's 30 miles away, but I can get the same services at the same or cost half a mile away, I'm still going to only go half a mile away, even though it's a veteran's home. Thank you.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that note, though, Representative Owens' comment about the cost, I think I heard $5,100 a month or some figure like that, and I don't think you get much anywhere else.
I had mentioned that.
Well,
that's what it cost for
okay.
my grandmother
Okay, so
to have assisted living. Representative Ballard had gone through the costs of what it cost. It's considerably less than that.
But I'm saying in the competitive home, the home that you might prefer instead of a veteran's home is going to be, I'm hearing $8,000 a month. So,
Could be higher, yes.
I don't know if they're less expensive or not, but But everything has gone up so much in those care homes, so I don't know if we know what the going price is everywhere, so.
And it varies. I mean, depending on what type of facility you're at, it varies on what the cost will be. Any further questions in regards to fiscal year 2022? Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I won't belabor the fact, but we are here on Friday morning. I'm glad we're having a conversation on the budget of $26 million and not just giving it shrill and passing it on. And I will do my best to not revisit the history speech earlier, I think this week or last week. The reason why we are here and we get the chance for free speech is because of those that served and those that we serve with in this body and those that have gone on before us, like my father during the Korean conflict. We want to do our best and we want to look at things from a business standpoint. And I was in favor of that facility in Leavenworth, county or northeast Kansas, that I believe it's needed. To kind of make, do we need them? Do we not? What are our parents going to do? I guess I look at it in the way I was, like the Soldiers Home in Dodge City. It's those that maybe don't have family. A lot of our young men at the time, and now men and women that, maybe they don't have that option of going down the street, and they need to be taken care of. To me, that is much like our history. I mean, those are the things that we need to preserve. And I mean, it's one thing to say thank you. It's another thing to make sure that these facilities are there. Do we need to look at maybe resizing? I think we've had that conversation before. And maybe, to modernize them or whatever. But, there's some of these facilities, private facilities or county-owned facilities are full. But it comes right back to helping and finding help. And so that's the thing as we address, I know this whole conversation started about the 24/7 plan and we kind of seem we're throwing money around. But as far as investment in making sure we have employees, that's to take care of our most vulnerable. And to me, our veterans are those that did so much. And to say, well, and yeah, why isn't it full? Absolutely. It's a matter of convenience. Because our population has moved to the other side of the state, this side of the state that we're on. I get it. But there are folks that maybe don't, that we still need that Fort Dodge. It's there. So if you want to talk about economics, it's already there. Rather than to go and build one in Northwest Kansas because it's an economy of scale. But I think it just triggered me that I wanted to make sure that as part of this conversation that we don't lose sight. We're talking about our veterans. And we make a lot of speeches and we do a lot of talking about our mental health and the kids and all that. Well, I just want to make sure that as we do our budget discussions, Mr. Chairman, that our veterans are considered with every one of the passions and the biases that we bring as members of the legislature, that they should be right up there on top. So thank you for letting me my indulgence, Mr. Chairman. But this is an important thing, and again, thank you for making sure that we had a discussion on one of our bigger budget items that didn't just kind of get passed through very quickly. So thank you for that.
Well, and actually, you stole some of the comments I was going to make when we concluded the budget of 2023. And I completely agree with you, and I think all of us in this room agree that due to the rights and the liberties that we have. It's because of our veterans and protecting the United States. And actually, in October, I was asked to speak to the American Legion convention that was held in Ellsworth. And a lot of the veterans there had expressed that the state doesn't do enough for our veterans, or they don't know what the state does for the veterans. And they're the reason why we're here, and we have freedom of speech, and we have the rights and liberties that we do. And that's why I posed the question about, is a possibility of, or discussion of a veterans home in Northwest Kansas. Because they are the reason why we are able to have the country that we do. And I think the state of Kansas could do more for our veterans. Actually, I've been in discussion with Chairman Barker on trying to have a revenue stream for our veterans organizations across the state of Kansas. And I think we can do more. And that's why I posed the question. But I completely agree with you, Representative Rogers. This is about the veterans in the state of Kansas, and we can do more to help them out. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to sound snide, and it does come from a position of snideness, and I apologize ahead of time for that. But the intent is real. If it would be possible, I think it would be really speed things up in this committee if we could get a list of things in our budget that are not important. That way, we could just go ahead and axe those and not have to have a discussion about how important some of these things are. The reality is that everything in this budget is in one form or another important. And what our job is to do is to juggle important issues and try to figure out a way to make, we can't fully fund every important thing that we come up with. So our job is to try to decide what's right, not what's important. It's all important somewhere. We've got to decide what we can do and what's going to work for the future. That's why things like one-time money being used for a long-term expense is a horrible idea. Because yes, this is important. Yes, we should be spending money on it. That money's not real. All right, when we come back next year, that money's not here. And so we've got to decide, not just for the 22-23 budget cycle, we've got to decide for the 2050 budget cycle. What is this going to look like? They're all important. History's important, veterans are important, children are important, education's important, corrections is important, all of this is important. So I think we can probably stop saying this is important, because that's why it's in the budget in the first place. If anyone can find one that's not important, let me know. I'll cut it out right now. That'll be a snap. But until then, that's what we do, is try to make these important things work into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You just gave me a frightening aspect. In 2050, I'll be 73 years old.
That's why I picked that date.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll still be sitting here.
But let me just call.
Representative Ballard. Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of wondering if we're going to go through these budgets and we're going to find all this one-time money being spent on long-term debts, if we don't make that a global deal, pull those out so that we know at the end of the day where we're going to be at, because this is going to be trouble. And Representative Hilgerson is right. Till you've had to go in here and cut an existing year budget, it's not fun. And what I'm seeing right now in this legislature is back to the times in the late 90s when we had more money we knew what to do with and we spent it. And that's exactly what's happening here. Everyone's trying to figure out how to spend this money and how fast can we do it and what programs can we do, with no thought about what happens tomorrow when that pot of money's not there. And there's none of us in a business or in our homes that would do that, because we would be in the hole. We need to pull this aside and look at it so that we know at the end of the day that if we make the decision to go ahead with this plan, that we let everybody know your taxes will be going up, because that's the only way you're going to get out of that hole. And it's not fair to us to lie to the people of Kansas just because it's an election year.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. I agree. The problem is, and this is, we brought this back full circle at exactly what the issue is. I mean, the issue is not necessarily veterans or whatever. The issue is that the governor used one-time money in '22 to increase the salaries, and the reckoning has already come. It's in '23. If you go to page, the next page, it's SGF, 4.1 million out of SGF in '23. Unfortunately, I mean, we talked about this a lot, as the chairman has said, in the Legislative Budget Committee. What was upsetting to us was not necessarily the pay increase, because corrections needed the pay increase. They needed the pay increase. What was upsetting to us was that them standing there saying, this is just temporary, we're going to use this one time, this is temporary, we're going to give them a pay increase. That was what was upsetting us. So as much as I would love to be able to take this out, I don't think there's any way we can take this out, because it is baked in there. It's already in '23, and unless we do, we're given a pay decrease in '23. So I'd love to, but I think we're cooked as far as this money.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly get your sentiment about spending the one-time money for pay increase. I certainly understand that. I would like us to focus on, when we're looking at pay raises, and something I don't think we look at enough is what any place I've ever worked, it was like a metric we looked at weekly, is turnover. So I think that's the best way to see whether you need to do something in your organization, because I think we look at the raise and we look at how much money it is, but we forget about the cost of turnover and finding new people. And so I would just encourage us to look at that. What was the IDD group that came forward earlier? 48% turnover. Nowhere in America would you allow that in a private company, because the costs just would eat you alive. So I just, whatever we do, let's look at that part of the equation too, because that'll provide some of our answers. And we're probably spending a lot of money there, that if we keep up on taking care of our workforce, maybe we wouldn't get in these jams that we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, a lot of my budgets, they have some pretty serious payroll issues. And so I've spent a lot of time this session trying to think about those. I agree with what some of the previous representatives have said, that the employees have been promised these temporary raises. It's going to be awful hard to take those away. I'm not sure 100% the structure. I know there was some thought about some of the structure because of the type of work. In other words, if you're an electrician in a high security prison, it's a little bit different than being an electrician at the Capitol. So I think there is some variance that is necessary to keep some of those positions funded. I just want to throw something out that I've been working with. I've tried to spend a lot of time talking to members of the administration that are involved in personnel. I've talked to research staff. Some of the things that we did in the past, for instance, in 2010 or so, we had what was called an under-market study done. And the Division of Personnel still does that. And one of the reasons we have these deep problems right now is we haven't done a statewide increase since, I believe, 2019. And some of them were kind of up and down since then. So we're already behind market. So Division of Personnel is currently doing an under-market staff. What was done in the past was the legislature would allocate a pot of money, let's say $10 million. The Division of Personnel, they go through and they look at 30% of the positions in the state each year, and then the ones that are in the worst shape, we start to deal with those in a systemic manner. In other words, rather than this deal where the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I've got a lot of those squeaky wheels, by the way, in my budget, and they've got good lobbyists, and sometimes as a Republican, they're people that want raises that resonate with us. But that's what we're doing. It's like whack-a-mole around here. And whichever one gets worse, that's where we address. And we got to get away from the whack-a-mole. We need a systemic approach to this. I like the undermarket thing. I think also that we need to start looking at this instead of 2.5% across the board every year. Let's do 2.5% if you meet or exceed expectations. You know, we need to do some of those things. Our employees are our most important resource. You know, 90% of government, day in, day out, it's the connection our constituents have with our government employees and how efficient we are determines what people think of government. And so this deal about we've got a bunch of lazy employees out there that don't work hard, I think that's a misnomer, and I think we have to always be careful not to add to that. So with that, I would really like to see us come up with a systemic approach to address these long-term. We may have to do a little whack-a-moles this year, like the 24/7 plan, unfortunately, but that's just my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Landwehr.
And I don't know, I'm going to attempt to make a motion here, and I don't know if maybe it needs to be a two-part, because I think we've got some things that we are using one-time money for new or existing projects that will have to have. I found this on the web. Well, bite me.
Uh-oh.
It's going to have to.
My God.
I don't know how it did it because it's on vibrate. Anyways. So you have that side, and then we have this pay issue, and we're not going to reduce that pay. So I don't know if we need a separate motion or if we make it in one, but separate it out on how we report it back and pull all of that out so that we know exactly where we're at. Because we're hitting a bubble here. And back in the 80s, we had a bubble, and when it bursts, it's not fun. You cannot have programs that are funded with one-time money and not expect people to ask for those programs to stay funded, because that's exactly what's going to happen. You can't give a raise. We are also in a unique wage market right now to where it's kind of at false levels. We're seeing that a lot, especially in the healthcare industry with these traveling nurses, et cetera. You know, a nurse makes $25 at a hospital, the traveling agency says, I'll pay you $50, boom. Is that a realistic? Is that where we're going to be tomorrow? 10 weeks from now, 10 months from now, 12 months from now. So we're kind of dealing, you know, again, it's building that bubble out there and it's going to burst. So I guess my motion would be twofold. One, for the one-time project, or the projects that we put out there with one-time money, and any pay increases or pay bonuses that are one-time money, that we pull that out globally in all the budgets.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Estes. Discussion on the motion. Representative Carpenter.
This is almost bizarre here. You know, as a state, we just need to change our entire mission statement that we don't take care of our most vulnerable people anymore. Let's just change that. It'll be a very easy budget. We can do this. No problem at all. If we want, I can't even believe we're having this conversation. What world do you guys live in? Have you heard the nursing home? Do you know about nursing homes? Do you know about the problems? Do you know about what these veterans homes went through over the last 2 years with this kind of stuff? Do you know what our ID providers went through? I can't even believe we're having this conversation that nobody understands that minimum wage now to compete for our vulnerable citizens in these nursing homes is $15 an hour. You can do that all day long, Representative, and let's just close them all. Why wait? They're on their way out anyway, and if we don't help them, I just can't believe that we're having this discussion and we don't realize what these folks have done for the last 2 years to keep the doors open and take care of these people, and then we get this. Are you kidding me?
Any further discussion in regards to the motion? Representative Helgerson.
Maker, first of all, restate exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
Representative Landwehr.
Any one-time funds, whether it's ARPA, I don't know if ARPA and Spark and all that's all the same, but any one-time funds that we are spending on a existing program, a new program or project, and then any time that we're doing bonuses or pay increases with that one-time money, so that we can see, I'm not taking the money from them. And I think you know as well as a lot of people in this room, I do understand nursing homes. It's just for us to globally look at that so that when we make our decision, we know exactly what we are spending one-time money on. And then stop and think, what are you going to promise 23? What are you going to promise in 24? What are you going to promise in 25? Where is that money coming from? But it becomes a global issue. So if we've done any of that in any of our budgets, we pull it out. Just like we've done in the past few years where we've pulled out some of the wages and done it globally.
Representative Helgerson, do you have a follow-up?
Does that make sense?
Representative Wolfmore.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understand. So you're not just talking about this budget?
No.
You're talking about all the budgets?
All budgets.
Okay. I'm going to oppose that motion. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close.
I just think it's the responsible thing to do. We're not saying that we're going to reduce those budgets. We're saying we're going to pull that out and we are globally going to look at it and we are going to make a very aware decision on whether or not we fulfill that in the budgets that have come in. So I'm not removing your money, Representative Carpenter. We just need to look at it globally so that we know that we've spent maybe $200-300 million, whatever the number is, of one-time money for ongoing expenses. And then start planning out where is that SGF going to come from. I close.
All right. Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor? There's still confusion on the motion. You're wanting to take any funds for existing programs that's being utilized by federal funds or the pay increases utilized by federal funds, whatever case that may be, globally, and have the discussion later. That's taking the money out.
Only one-time funding, because you can't say federal, because we have our Medicaid match, for example, so that would be pulling your federal match.
Right.
I don't want to pull that. That's has been built in our budgets for years. I'm just wanting any one-time money, whether it's ARPA, whether it's Sparks, whatever it is that has come in. I think the thing that's going to be hard is the one-time money on the FMAP increase that we're spending everywhere but in the area of social services. So we may not be able to pull that one.
We're pulling it out for a global discussion.
For a global discussion, not to reduce anyone's budgets that are coming in whatsoever, but just so that we look at it as a whole. Instead of, because otherwise you're looking at a piece of a puzzle, so you have 2 million here, 3 million, 5 million, you don't know what that total is. We need to see what that total is.
If I remember, it was about 46 million. Is that right? When the State Finance Council decided on that? Chairman Carpenter.
Well, that's what I was just going to suggest is why don't we pull out the 24/7 play plan? It'd be a lot simpler. Just pull it out, this whole thing right here. Just pull it out, the $2.50 increases, to shift differentials, all that. Let's just pull that out. That'd be a hell of a lot more simple.
Representative Owens?
Well, I was just thinking, why pull anything out? Why not just leave it all the way that it is, approved on a budget-by-budget basis, and still have the global conversation at a future date, lined out in each budget? Because as we know, these budgets are certainly, we're not done until we're done, and that comes later in May, so.
Representative Estes?
I too am confused because you originally started off talking about a list, and I'm in favor of creating a list so we take a look at it, and now we know that there kind of is a list. Are you're can you clarify if you're talking about creating a list, or you're talking about temporarily taking it out of the budgets? We look at it and then we decide what to put back in.
Representative Landwehr?
A list so we decide what we put back in.
Representative Estes, do you have a follow-up?
I withdraw my second.
Okay, so the second has been withdrawn, so that means, do we have a second for the motion? Second by Representative Sutton. Representative Francis?
I understand the concept of what the representative is talking about. But I think, again, we just wind up spending a lot of time looking at a big, huge laundry list. I know in my departments, I've made a conscious effort for anything that is ARPA related, that we pull it out and review at omnibus, you know, because I understand what the representative's saying. I think there may be one or two items as we're popping through that maybe we've talked about lapsing if they receive ARPA funds. 24/7, obviously, we didn't do that, but I'm not sure how that would pertain to the motion because we are funding that in 2023 with SGF funds, you know, but anyway, I think it sounds like a great concept. I think it's harder to do in reality than we would think. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Landwehr?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion and be the first person to say I told you so when you blow this up in a year to 2 years.
All right, the motion has been withdrawn. Any further discussion on fiscal year 2022? Seeing none, Chairman Carpenter, 2023.
Well, thank you very much, committee. Let me kind of gather my thoughts here for just a minute. I appreciate the discussion. I think that it is a valid discussion that we're going to have not just today, but in many of my budgets, our committee budgets, about what we do and what we are tasked to do to take care of our most vulnerable people. And this is just a start. We've got nursing homes out there that are closing. We've got the ID and the DD community. We've got waiver issues. It all revolves around the workforce and what we pay. And again, as a representative that sits next to me said, it's what our employees are worth to us. But we have these, if we want to change our mission, that we don't take care of these folks anymore, fine. I'm okay with that. Just let me know. If we've taken on that task and we believe that we should take care of the most vulnerable people in our state as best we can, that's our mission. If that changes, I need to know about it so I can make budget adjustments to take care of exactly that. So with that, committee, I'm going to start on the budget for 2023. The agency requests $2.4 million, including $9.3 million SGF for expenditures for 2023. This is an all funds decrease of $2.4 million or 9.1%, including an SGF increase of $2.8 million or 42.8% from 2022 approved amount. Significant items in the agency request includes the following. Enhancement request, the agency requests funding to address the revenue shortfalls, $3.2 million. The Veteran Service Program, $340,000. And funding for the new Information Resource Manager position, $111,239. Capital improvements totaling $2 million, including $127,000 from SGF. The agency request also includes 373 FTEs, which is the same as 2022. The governor recommends $25.5 million, including $10.5 from SGF for expenditures in 2023. This is an increase of $1.1 million, or 4.4% over the agency's 22 revised estimate. Significant items in the governor's recommendation, including the 24/7 pay plan. The governor also recommends 4.1 million SGF for FY 2023 to continue the 24/7 pay initiative recommended by the Sparks Task Force Executive Committee and approved by the State Finance Council in 2023. The plan provides continuation of the temporary base pay increase as well as the temporary pay shift differentials for hourly personnel. The governor recommends also including 375 employees, which is 2 positions above the agency's request. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendation. I'll stand for questions.
All right, committee, any questions for Chairman Carpenter? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to clarify, did the Spark Committee and the State Finance Council really recommend 4.1 million of SGF being spent? I didn't think that was under their purview.
I don't believe they did. This is in the governor's rec. This has nothing
Governor's
to do.
recommendation.
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
This is the governor's recommendation.
Yeah, right. It says, to continue the 24/7 pay initiative recommended by the Spark Task Force. I wanted to make sure that the Spark Task Force wasn't recommending SGF expenditures.
No, they're not.
It's a wordplay because if you
I
read
know
it,
it
it
is.
says in 2022, which it took me a little while to catch that too, but it says the Sparks Task Force approved it in 2022.
Right. Oh, yeah. No, I
So
knew
it's-
exactly what
it was
happened here.
yeah,
I just
I
wanted
know,
to
I know. It
clarify
took
that
me a-
language.
It took me a
The
while.
the Spark Executive Committee and the State Finance Council did not do anything in regards to fiscal year 2023.
Right.
The action that was taken was in fiscal year 2022.
Very good. Now, going back to, I just wanted to clarify that point. Yeah, because I knew exactly what happened there too. In the 22 estimate, the 24/7 pay plan was $2.1 million. In the 23, it's 4.2, and it also has, or 4.1, sorry, and also makes no mention of the $3,500 premium pay allocation for salaried staff. All right, I'm sure there's a lot of numbers dancing around behind those words. Could you walk me through them, please?
Chairman Carpenter.
Well, let me see here. The shift differential, I mean, it's all SGF. I mean, I'm not playing any games here.
Sure.
It's SGF. But part of it is the shift differential for, well, I'm not sure. 24/7 shift differential is a different deal here. It's differential 1 is $1.50 an hour. Differential 2 is $2. Differential 3, well, no, KDOC. Differential 3 is nursing staff, so it'd be $4.50 an hour shift differential for nursing staff in that facility. And then here's the other thing I understand is this, one of the top ones, differential 4, is facilities designated as critical staffing levels. And they get, if you're staffed below 25% of your capacity, then it's more money. So to try to attract staff. So, but that's all baked into that figure.
Okay.
Both lines.
Okay.
If I could answer that question. So when you're looking at pretty much a double increase between 22 and 23, it's because that pay plan was not approved until December of 2021. And so you're only talking about a half a year in
Okay.
fiscal year 2022.
Gotcha.
And so in
Okay.
2023, you're talking about a full fiscal year. And that's why the amount is higher.
So, and I suspected that might be the case. I wasn't certain, so I did want to ask the question. But I did suspect that was the case. So because of our 2.1 Spark recommendation, $2.1 million Spark recommendation, we have an ongoing expense of 4.1. Is that the way that, of SGF? Is that the way that boils down?
Pretty much, yes.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2023? Before I turn it back over to Chairman Carpenter for a motion, I just wanted to relay a quote that was made by our late President Ronald Reagan in regards to veterans, and I mentioned this when I spoke on Veterans Day in Natoma. And it said, some people live an entire lifetime and wonder if they've ever made a difference in the world. A veteran doesn't have that problem. Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move the 22 and 23 budgets for the Veterans Commission, or Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs Office.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Ballard. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board of Nursing, Volume 1, page 672. The Board of Nursing was created in 1913 to regulate the practice of nursing by maintaining licensure over covered classes, surveying schools, and conducting disciplinary activities. The board consists of 11 members appointed by the governor, each serving a 4-year term. As required by law, 6 board members are registered professional nurses, 2 are licensed practical nurses, and 3 are members of the public. The following 3 divisions assist the facilitating of the responsibilities of the agency: Licensing Division, Education Division, and Legal Division. The agency estimates for 2022 expenditures are $3.4 million, all from special revenue funds, which is the same amount as the 22 approved amount. Significant items in the budget estimate include the following: new software module and software upgrade. The governor's recommends expenditures of $3.4 million, all from the special revenue fund. This is an increase of $24,000 or 0.7% above the agency's revised estimate. Significant items in the governor's budget recommendation include the following: nurse pay adjustment. The governor recommends added $24,179, all from the Board of Nursing Fee Fund in 2022 to implement the 24/7 pay initiative recommended by the Sparks Task Force and approved by the State Finance Council. The plan provides a temporary base pay increase for hourly and salaried staff, pay differentials for hourly personnel, and a one-time premium pay allocation up to $3,500 for salary staff. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendation.
All right, committee, any questions in regards to fiscal year 2022? Seeing none, Chairman Carpenter.
For 2023, the agency estimates revised expenditures of $3.4 million for 2023, all from special revenue funds, which is an all funds increase of $116,407, or 3.6% above the 2023 approved amount. Significant items in the agency request include the following: licensing software upgrade. The agency indicates that its licensing software needs to be updated to ensure required security protocol updates are performed for the imaging system, the enforcement module, and public verification. The upgrade is estimated at $160,000, but $43,592 was already budgeted in the 2023 approved amount. Therefore, the remaining amount of $116,407 is requested to meet the funding for this purchase in 2023. I think that might be a typo there. It should say FY 2022. The governor recommends expenditures of $3.4 million, all from special revenue funds. It's an increase of $44,905, or 1.3% above the agency's revised estimate. Significant items in the governor's recommendation as follows: nurse pay adjustment of $44,905, all from the Board of Nursing Fee Fund for 2023 to continue the 24/7 pay initiative recommended by the Sparks Task Force and approved by the State Finance Council for 2023. The plan provides a continuation of temporary base pay increase as well as temporary pay differentials for hourly personnel. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendation for 2023.
All right, thank you, Chairman Carpenter. Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I don't want to wordsmith to go down the same top we have for the last hour, but how long, I mean, do you have a discussion on if a temporary base pay increase continues into another year? Have we defined what that is? I mean, I appreciate the comments from the representative from Sedgwick, you know, as we move forward. So are we to assume, I guess, are we to assume that the 24/7 pay initiative now is baked in, or what's the timeline for temporary? Just trying to grasp that.
Chairman Carpenter. Thank you. This is here to stay.
Okay.
$15 an hour, you know, it's kind of funny. I was thinking about this the other day, just as kind of following the economy and things, and they've pushed for years, folks have pushed for years for minimum wage increase to $15 an hour. Well, it's here. It got here by $4 billion or $4 trillion worth of federal spending out in our economy that fueled this inflation to the rates that we're dealing with. But whether you like it or not, it is here. And it's going to run through our economy. It's going to run through every part of our society. And by the time it's over with, we'll have no more buying power than we had when it started. But $15 an hour minimum wage is here. And that doesn't, that's my editorial, but it's here. Nurses, I mean, Representative from, I'm not sure what county you're from, but anyway, she had a hearing yesterday. You know, when we're talking about these staffing issues and things like that, of how much these nurses are paid, this differential isn't even on the radar screen. You know, it's $2.50 an hour or whatever, you know.
Right, and I'm not here to discuss, you know, dollars or $10. I'm looking at the language. If we're going to see more of this, of what happened with the Spark Task Force approved by State Finance Council now over a year ago, and the language says temporary. So yeah, I don't want to have temporary, but you know, if it is, I agree with Representative Landwehr. Because I think you're right. Less than 20 years, I think, and we look at 2024 budgets, we probably will have a global conversation, and you know, these papers may be black because that's a program that's going to go. I know.
I agree. I think it misspeaks when we say temporary, because I don't think you can ever pull it, like the chairman said earlier. These wages are never going to be able to pull back, because folks are going to be able to go wherever they want to and make that kind of money. And so we're competing on that scale.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, again, I'm sorry, but as we looked at during the height of the pandemic, there was assistance given to some that was temporary, and there was a drop dead date. And so those that, you know, that federal money ran out, you know, so I guess that's where I'm trying to figure, you know, in things like this, that in these service type situations, I guess it was not made aware that this, was it said for this and other things that temporary, knowing full well that, I mean, I understand, because that's the whole thing. When the bubble bursts, where are we? And I guess that's maybe more of a global comment. So, sorry, Mr. Chair, but I'm not trying to wordsmith it, but if this is what we're going to say anytime we see the word temporary when it comes to pay, that's really a moot point.
And I mean, you can put temporary in there all day long, but it's not going to make,
and again,
it's not going to make a difference, because we're competing on the scale that I've just said for $15 an hour, and it's not going to be temporary, and we're not ever going back there. So figure it out. We got to figure it out.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we were working on this earlier, it occurred to me before anyone brought this up again, that the word temporary most likely needs to be in this budget as a budget document, because it was temporary funds that we were utilizing to make this critical change at this critical moment when we were so short-staffed. And I was serving on the Interim Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee at the time that this was recommended. And we were so critically short-staffed that it really did fit that this was temporary to finish that year so that we could pick up and keep our staff and recruit people. We had to do that, and it was temporary money because it wasn't in the budget already, and it was available to us at the from federal funds, which we knew we would have to continue on, but we had to probably use the word temporary to make our document qualify for federal funds, is my opinion. Thank you.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, this comes from Department of Corrections, so it may not be 100% applicable with what Chairman Carpenter's doing, but there is no plan on the administration's part at this time for these to extricate themselves from this. You know, I continue to talk about that. One of the thoughts, though, like for the ones in corrections, one of the temporary raises is if you have vacancies of greater than 25% in your institution. So if we can hit that limit, that's something that'll be very clear and that can be removed. If we can't ever get to that 25% limit, then we've got a real problem, and salary probably greatly is part of the issue. Another thought, as I had conversations, and I'm not sure that anybody's ready to implement this, so in a sense I hate to share it with you, but there is a thought process that as we start to hit our full capacity on some of these positions, that some of these temporary raises may not apply to new employees that are applying for those positions. It might kind of create an entry-level thing that's a little bit lower. I don't know how apt that really is, but I would say that those that already have these things, it's going to be awful hard to take them away and maintain employee morale. Thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think people need to understand, you put the word temporary in here, is that pay is not protected by law. When you come in and you're saying you're getting paid at $15 an hour, that's protected by law. But temporary is not. And I think all of these employees out here need to understand that we're playing with toothpick bridges right here, right now.
Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2023? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is, I'm a little bit confused. I thought the Board of Nursing, gives licensing, educates, they have a legal division, they have 27 FTs. I know that's not 27 straight up. I mean, I know there's part-time and different things. What I'm not understanding is the 24/7, or just the governor's recommended increase. It's going to people who work at the Board of Nursing. It's not for nurses. They might be nurses, but they work at the Board of Nursing. That's what I'm not understanding. The pay increase and talking about $15 an hour, that we're talking about nurses working out in the field. But this budget is the Board of Nursing.
Chairman Carpenter.
I'm going to take a little stab at it, but I think it probably was a misnomer to say nurses, because we also had some folks that aren't nurses at the Department of Kansas Health and Environment that also, because of the wording of just nurses, got that raise. But I'm going to phone a friend here real quick. Is that accurate, Megan?
Well, they're still registered nurses.
Right.
That's just the job. Right?
But the job is different, but the pay deal went to every nurse.
It went to okay, I'm just going to say like bureaucrats at the agencies and everything, not just the people that are working out in the field.
Exactly. Yeah, but they do have a license.
Okay, and then did you happen to ask, just out of curiosity, and I'm curious, and this would be with all of your budgets, that the 27 FTs, are those filled, are those funded? You know, I hope that's just an ongoing conversation with all of our budgets. Do we know any details about that?
Chairman Carpenter.
I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Be perfectly honest with you, this is a fee-funded organization,
Yeah.
and it doesn't cost us a dime, so
Yep. I understand, but I just also, just in the conversation about the salaries, in this budget, we're talking about the people that work at the Board of Nursing.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Carpenter, I'm looking at K-Trax. Change the subject here a little bit. Am I understanding that we went back to, for FY '22 and '23, that we went back to transferring 70,000 each year?
that was in the budget, but it was not necessary.
Not necessary,
Right.
okay.
We have not transferred any money.
Okay, that's what, I thought that's what was our discussion last year, was that we were not going to require the
Right.
people who use the system to have to pay for the system, and thank you for.
Yeah, it was, well, a lot of the budget gap was filled by the opioid settlement of $200,000 that came to them as their portion of that, so, and then they have a bunch of grants, as you probably saw in there.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ballard.
Since we deviated a little bit, may I make a quick comment? When you said
You may.
K-Trax, it reminded me, part of that, it's about 15 years ago that the legislature introduced a bill that for unopened, unused medications that were not used, you could return it, and it goes to a clearinghouse, the bubble wrap, you could return it. Well, we found out when you said K-Trax, I just thought about it from Alexandria, that fund or that bill has been so effective, and every year she gives us an account. The state really, I mean, actually, it has saved over $40 million in the life of this bill that we had, giving medicine to people that need it, but at no cost to them. And that's something that I brag about a lot, because that's something that, as legislators, we created, we did it, and it's distributed because it's unused, it's never been opened or anything else. Otherwise, that medicine would have had to been thrown away or something else or outdated. So I just, when you said K-Trax, I forgot. That's a good thing. 40 million is how much they have actually saved as far as medications.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion in regards to 2023? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, a little late to the game here. I had to take a little break. Looking at the Board of Nursing Fee Fund that's going to be paying for the Spark Task Force recommendation. When I look at 23, I see this fee fund as basically being passed through at this point. Was there concern expressed by the agency about the balance of that fee fund moving forward?
Well, it was, 2 years ago when they did the combination licensing where they licensed from, they recognized everybody else's licenses, so they in fact realized a decrease in their fee fund. Plus, we took money out for several years to fund K-Trax, so they're aware of their fee fund, and they have the statutory room in their fees to raise those. At this point in time, they've chosen not to, but they're keenly aware of that issue.
Okay, very good. So, not to beat a dead horse, but once again, this isn't SGF, but this will be passed on to registered nurses across the state. Just throwing it out there.
They got a pretty good deal when they went to the multi-state licensing.
Right.
So it's a very low fee.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vice,
okay.
Fall over over there?
Yeah, he's. Any other questions for fiscal year 23? All right. Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I would make a motion to approve the Board of Nursing budgets for 2022 and 2023.
You've heard the motion by Chairman Carpenter to pass out 22 and 23 in Board of Nursing. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. What is the next one you want to go to?
Well, I'm going to do a little bit of a deviation because I'm liable to forget, but I'd like to open up the Board of Pharmacy budget very quickly for a recommendation. We've already done the recommendations. I need to add one really quickly.
Okay, all right.
Do
Do you have it?
I have
Something
the
to hand out?
No, I do not. I was going to read it.
Okay.
Add language to the Board of Pharmacy. Add language allowing the Board of Pharmacy to provide data in the state's prescription drug monitoring program, ks to designate representatives from the Department of Health and Environment regarding authorized Medicaid program practitioners. This comes to us kind of in KDHE, but Medicaid now requires a change. Everything has to be verified as a prescriber. Even Medicaid prescriptions have to go through ks. And so this is how this is working. We're just adding that language so that they can they can start that process to actually go through the ks process on Medicaid prescriptions.
So this is on the budget of the Board of Pharmacy?
It is. I just opened it back up. I need to.
Well, why don't we have this discussion when we do the actual budget bill?
We already did it.
No, I'm saying the mega budget bill.
Oh, okay. I just don't want to forget. I don't want it to drop out.
Make a note that not to forget.
All right, fine with me.
Instead of going back to a previous budget we've already had, let's just do it when we do the overall budget bill.
All right, I'm fine with that. We just need to. This came about after the budget process, so, okay.
That's fine. We just have the discussion when we discuss the budget, like we do every year when we talk about that.
All right, very good.
All right, any further discussion? Oh, you passed over it? Okay, I apologize.
Okay, I'm starting on KDHE.
All right.
Health.
Thank you.
Division of Health, Volume 2, page 1010. The KDHE, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, is a cabinet-level agency with a mission to protect and improve the health and environment of all Kansans. This is accomplished through the public health programs and services and through preservation, protection, and remediation of natural resources and environment, which we won't be dealing with today. They have three main divisions: Division of Public Health, Division of Healthcare Finance, and a Division of Environment, which I don't have that budget. So anyway, for 2022, the agency requests a revised estimate of $3.5 billion, including $817.6 million SGF for the operating expenditures of 2022. This is an all funds increase of $140 million, or 4.1% above the amount approved by the 2021 legislature. An all funds increase includes the Children's Initiatives Funds reappropriation of $42,498 from newborn hearing aid program. The request includes $34.4 million from the administration function, $320.6 million for the Division of Public Health, and $3.1 billion for the Division of Healthcare Finance. The all funds increase is primarily attributable to the federal funds to support COVID-19 prevention and treatment efforts in the Division of Public Health, and were received for use in 2022 after the approval of the agency's 2022 budget. The SGF increase is due to the agency's supplemental request totaling $3.5 million, including $1.5 million from the SGF. The revised estimate includes 1,219.2 FTE positions, which reflects an increase of 78.4 FTE positions above the number approved by the 2021 legislature. These include an additional 12 FTE positions for the administration function, 69.4 FTE positions for the Division of Public Health, and a decrease of 3 FTE positions from the Division of Healthcare Finance. Of these new positions, 48 FTE positions were funded with federal awards received in conjunction with the COVID-19 relief legislation and are expected to be reduced when the federal funds are no longer available. Positions include case managers, contact tracers, nurses for vaccine distribution. The governor recommends expenditures of $3.2 billion, including $750.6 million SGF. In FY22, this is an all funds increase of $58.9 million and 1.9% above the agency's revised estimate. Significant items in the governor's recommendation includes the following: human services caseloads, in addition, $59.1 million all funds, including a reduction of $66.7 million SGF to fully fund the fall 2021 human services caseloads estimate. Hospital employee retention plan, the governor recommends $50 million for the frontline hospital employees retention plan as approved by the Sparks Executive Committee and the State Finance Council. Agency supplemental requests, the governor recommends 5 of the agency's supplemental requests totaling $3.3 million, including 1.4 SGF and 5 FTE positions. The Budget Committee concurs with the governor's recommendation for 2022.
All right, I'm just going to ask a generic question in regards to the item that the governor has for human service caseloads. It has that it's $59.1 million from all funds, including a reduction of $66.7 million SGF. Is that in regards to the enhanced FMAP, or is that something different?
That's what I would.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that and everybody aware that that's because.
And that's how we've tracked that increased FMAP throughout the deal. We've taken the SGF and added the federal funds.
Okay. So as you and I have talked, I mean, I went to a Medicaid workshop in Washington, D.C. in September, and we talked about the enhanced FMAP from the federal government. And this is just a comment that we need to be aware of, is that states need to be cautious on the enhanced FMAP because it's not going to last forever, or probably, maybe it could, you never know. But there would be a fiscal cliff if we start using funds for other purposes and that enhanced FMAP goes off. We need to be cautious of that. And then we had the discussion about that at that Medicaid leadership workshop. So
exactly. I've harped on that since I got here, and you heard me say that at the very first joint committee. It's very concerning. We've got this 1.9 billion surplus, but 500 million of that is offset, paid by the federal government, offsetting our Medicaid expenses.
Right.
So if we want to be realistic, that's going to start as soon as this is over. And so that's been a year and a half, so it's going to be, and it'll take us a while. One of the things that I've harped on about this too is that as soon as this Medicaid emergency ends, then we start to evaluate our roles and requalify these folks, because that was one of the reasons we could not kick anybody off of our Medicaid rolls. Well, it'll take us a year to get that done. And so in that meantime, every month we will be going through our Medicaid rolls and reevaluating whether they actually are eligible. And so it will take us a full year to get those folks kicked off there. And I'm concerned about the cost of that. Yeah, it may be more than a year, 450,000 people.
Representative Ballard.
I have nothing. I have much to add, except he doesn't just harp on it on here. He harps on it in social services budget all the time. So when you asked that question, I thought, uh-oh. Thank you.
Sorry I went down that segue. Representative Helgerson.
There may be some individuals that don't understand what the MAP rate is. Could you explain more what they stand for? Also, what the rates were before we started COVID, and how much we're receiving on an annual basis? I know you skimmed over it, but for those of us that aren't sitting on the subcommittee, we may not have a real clear idea of the cliff that we're running into.
Sure, and it totals, my last deal, and I'm not sure exactly, it's going to be up pretty close here, into this quarter, it was 515 million. But what it amounts to is the FMAP rate when this pandemic's, the FMAP is a federal Medicaid assistance program or percentage. But anyway, it was 5.9 or 5, something like that, and we paid the difference out of $1, so it's 41.59. And they increased that during this federal pandemic by 6.2%. And so that paid 515 million of our Medicaid bill by that increased FMAP. And there's another one, there's a E, which is like 4%, and it covers the CHIPS program. This is just on Medicaid, but CHIPS is a little bit different, and there's some other, I think there's 3 of them. But basically, that's it.
Representative Helgerson.
Well, we have a 6% bump, and you've referred to it as 500 million. We don't receive an additional 500 million.
No, it just deferred our Medicaid costs.
Right.
So we didn't have to spend 500 million on Medicaid. They paid that bill for us.
Right.
So if we wouldn't have got that, we would have owed 500 million more.
Is it separated in the budget, these one-time or enhancements? And maybe the chairman has a little bit more information. How long is this emergency funding going to stay with us? Is it going to, I understand, but there's going to be a change somewhere in a year or 2 years where suddenly that's going to change. And I guess my point is that should be clearly listed that that is an enhancement of money that we have there that is not part of the normal Medicaid funding. It may be if you know, what happens in the next election possibly, but, you know, it's been balancing our state budget for a few years.
I know that.
And I guess the more we separate that and say, hey, this is the one-time money here, and if is it 50-some million or 60 million that's in the budget in each year?
Chairman Carpenter.
It's about $68 million a quarter.
68 million of enhancement above?
Yes.
Amy had indicated that on page 1029 is actually the segmented federal medical assistance percentage, and it shows the different amounts.
And it will end when the federal emergency expires. So we don't know when that's going to be, but I've heard this quarter, which this quarter ends at the end of March. I've heard that. I've also heard by some people that have been pretty reliable with things like this in the future that it would go to June. So we don't know, but it ends then.
All right, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was kind of partly what I was going to ask. So are we, if it ends in June, so 23, we could see the increase go into effect?
Yeah.
So have we taken that into effect in the budget? Is it it's in the governor's budget that's going to go, that increase? Okay, I'm getting a yes from.
I want to say we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We're still on
Okay.
2022.
Yeah.
So.
I'm on the previous year, but okay.
Representative Wolfmore.
Well, this is 2023 really, but the FMAP going down is baked into 2023, so we don't have to account for that. That public health money goes, I just got a text from Adam Profit, and he said the removal of the PHE, that's the money, enhanced FMAP is already baked into the 23 profile. We did not assume any enhanced FMAP in FY 23 tied to the public health money.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Any other questions about 2022? Okay. Now that we've already kind of jumped into 2023, Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For 2023, the agency requests $3.4 billion, including $810.6 million SGF for operating expenditures for 2023. This is an all funds decrease of $106 million, 4.4 or 3.1%, an SGF decrease of $6.9 million below the 2020 revised estimate. The request includes $35 million for the administrative function, $215.1 million for the Division of Public Health, and $3.1 billion for the Division of Healthcare Finance. The all funds decrease is primarily attributable to decreased federal funds for COVID prevention and treatment, including a $104.6 million reduction in federal aid within the Division of Public Health. The SGF decrease is largely due to funds that were reapportioned in 2022, or reappropriated, I'm sorry, and not budgeted for 2023. The decrease was partially offset by the agency's enhancement request totaling $22 million, including $15 million SGF. The revised estimate includes 1,219.2 FTEs, which is the same number as 2022. The governor recommends expenditures of $4 million, including $743 million SGF for 2023. This is an all funds increase of $600.7 million or 17.8%, and an SGF decrease of $67.6 million from the agency's 2023 request. The all funds increase is largely due to the governor's addition of funds to expand Medicaid, the eligibility of Medicaid assistance. This increase was partially offset by fewer COVID pandemic relief funds anticipated to be available in 2023. The SGF decrease is largely due to the SGF savings associated with Medicaid expansion. Hang on. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendations with the following adjustments. Delete $596 million, including the addition of $68.5 million SGF to remove the funding for the Medicaid expansion. The all funds deletion includes $629 million from federal funds and $335.5 million from special revenue funds. In addition, add language to lapse the SGF funding if Medicaid expansion is passed during the 22 legislative session. The Budget Committee notes that KSA 39-709E2 requires Medicaid expansion be approved by the legislature. Add $3.5 million, including $1.4 million SGF to increase the availability of adult dental services provided by the state Medicaid program. Add $2 million SGF to increase the availability of early intervention services provided through the infant and toddler program, Tiny K, for 2023. Tiny K provides early intervention services to families of children birth through 3 who have developmental delay. At $2.9 million, including $886,200 SGF to provide provider reimbursement rates for pediatric primary care services for 100% of the Medicare reimbursement rate for 2023. At $9.4 million, including $4.2 million to raise the emergency medical services provider code to 65% of the 2021 rural Medicare rates and raise ground ambulance mileage to 100% of the rural Medicare rates for 2023. At $1 million, all SGF to the breast and cervical cancer early detection program, Early Detection Works, to increase access to cancer screening and early detection of services of uninsured and underinsured women. At $800,000, all SGF to increase funds available to local health departments for using the statutory distribution formula contained in KSA 65242 for FY 2023. This increase will bring the total available amount for distribution to the 100 local health departments in Kansas for funds distributed using the formula to $4 million. Add language to raise the amount of available transfer to the Medical Assistance Fee Fund for the Kansas Newborn Screening Fund from a maximum of 2.5 million to a maximum of 5 million for 2023. Add language to instruct the agencies involved to advise and consult with the chairperson and the ranking minority of the House Social Services Budget Committee and the Senate Human Services Subcommittee on the development and adjustment of the human services caseload, consensus caseload estimates. I'll stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Chairman Carpenter. Any questions? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. I think it's a minor question compared to other things in here, but if I can, just one quick question back for 2022. You say on your, the governor recommended 5 of the agency's supplemental requests. That's on page 1023. Do you know which of those 5 that it seems like there were more than 5? And I'm just curious which of the 5 she recommended to be funded?
Chairman Carpenter.
Do you remember which one it was, Megan? 3 of them were FTE Medicaid eligibility program.
Okay.
There were 2 on the bottom.
The bottom.
The environment, so
Okay.
they're not included in the 5, which is confusing, in the table that she's looking at.
So one of those programs is for environment. For the Department of Environment, the 2 on the, are you talking about 2023?
Well, I'm not yet. I was just talking about 2022 at the moment. It's on page 1023 is where the supplemental requests are.
Okay, what page is 14? I have a little bit of a problem. What's it? Well, I have a little problem because our deals were printed before the budget was printed, so I'm trying to, it would be in supplemental requests for 2022. It's a gray page that kind of looks like this right here. And I don't have the number, and I apologize.
Okay, so, I mean, there's oral health, administrative hearing services.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so those are the 2 that were approved.
Okay. So she did recommend the extended Medicaid coverage for postpartum for pregnant women. That was the one I was wondering about. Okay. Okay, and then in 2023, one of the enhancements was the home health visiting for the maternal and child. And it was, do you know what this says? This says the funding will be used to increase access to home visiting and expand the program's reach from 11% to more than 60% of eligible Kansas families. Do you know who those eligible Kansas families are that get the visiting?
Chairman Carpenter.
I know this is a minutia compared to other things in your committee, but I'm interested.
It's okay. Which one was it again?
It's the maternal and child health home visiting. It is a supplemental, it's one of the enhancement requests for 2023. This one right here. 1025 on our books.
I'm not finding where she's at. Okay, hang on. Okay, top of the page on 1024. Is that right?
Right here.
1025.
Yeah.
Up at the top of 1025.
I got it.
The home visiting, and it just says, you know, it's expanding the reach of home visiting for eligible Kansas families, and I just was wondering, what is the eligibility requirement?
Yeah, that would be in the Children's Initiative Fund. I'm
No,
not,
it is in the Children's Initiative Fund, I agree, and I could have asked Melissa, but I probably asked her too much
We're
to
actually
begin with.
Sorry, Representative Humphries, but we're checking on that, and
Okay.
and Amy believes that there is an income eligibility in
Okay.
regards to that.
That would
I know
be
when we have
helpful.
discussed this previously, we wanted this open and available to everybody, but I think Amy's checking on that to see if
Okay,
there
that's
is an
great.
income requirement.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
that's
Representative.
okay, thank you. We can go on to bigger things, I guess.
All right. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that in the broad scheme of things, this amounts to not very much, you know, what's 10 million amongst friends? But I'm looking at the Budget Committee recommendations. First off, I appreciate 1 and understand 9. 2 through 8, though, I'm a little curious. They weren't recommended by the agency, they weren't recommended by the governor. Where did these come from? The specific numbers, actually. I mean, I understand the subject matter, certainly.
Chairman Carpenter.
Yes, thank you very much. They come from testimony that we have from various folks that testify that give us these things. I think that if you look at number 2, the adult dental service, CanCare can only provide emergency dental service, but not routine and preventive. They're all cost savings if you look at the big picture. Yeah, you can, there's some money involved here at this point in time, $1.4 million. Ultimately, if we have healthy folks that don't go to the emergency room, and we'll save money. It's that point blank. It's what you would do if you were in your own business and paying those bills. You would offset preventive maintenance with, you know, the
Right.
cost of long-term health.
I'm not arguing with you, Representative.
Okay.
I'm not trying to strike these out, don't worry. At this point, what's it matter,
Hey,
you know? But I am curious, if the agency didn't recommend it and the governor didn't, how did this fly below radar is probably what I'm getting at here.
And that
Chairman Carpenter.
and part of that comes from the CanCare Oversight Committee also.
Okay.
Our recommendations out of that, we meet quarterly and get this testimony, and some of it we believe.
Okay, and so the committee didn't just take those recommendations and include it, you vetted each of these?
Right.
Okay, very good.
And I have the testimony to back every one of them up.
Excellent.
So
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We don't take spending this money lightly. I think that our whole goal is prevention. And you'll see that with the breast and cervical cancer. Doesn't take a rocket science to figure out if you can catch that early, and we're not dealing with a catastrophic cancer event and all that kind of stuff. That $1 million could be easily on one case.
Right.
So, anyway.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do agree that prevention is very important, and I also agree that healthy folks that don't show up in the emergency room saves us money, and that's why I'm going to take a minute to talk about Medicaid expansion. So I know where this is probably going to end up, but I just want to make sure the facts are out there. So with the additional federal carrot that the federal government is offering, we could get between $360 and $440 million in 2 years for passing Medicaid expansion. You set that we'll just pick a number in the middle. You set that $400 million aside and you pay for Medicaid expansion for 10 years. Every state around us has done it. I don't understand why we wouldn't want 150,000 people to be healthy, and we have very little skin in the game on paying for that. We talk in here all the time that we need more people in the workplace. I completely agree. So having healthier people is going to keep them in the workplace or allow them to work. I think about my own situation, and I'm still in the workplace, but some of the care I've had that if I not had, I probably wouldn't be in the workplace and be able to work. So I don't understand. We are being given a gift here. Like I said, set that money aside, and we have money to pay for this for 10 years. Every state that's got a few years' experience in it says it has cost them nothing, is what their experience has been. We're not counting in the economic benefit of this. Whenever you have 150 1,000 more people who are going to be insured, you're going to have more jobs, so you're going to take in more taxes. You're going to use more materials. You're going to have less people show up in the hospital with advanced diseases because they have gotten preventative care. The point was made about, the other thing is, think about what we spend on mental health. Think about the money we give to safety net clinics. Just so you know, in most CMHCs, I know in the one in my community, about 70% of the people that walk in the door have no insurance. They have to serve all comers anyway. They have to serve them. Think if they had Medicaid expansion and they could walk in the door with some insurance. That takes some burden off us. Same thing for the safety net clinics. I would imagine most people who walk into the safety net clinics do not have a form of payment. Medicaid expansion would allow them that form of payment and would improve their bottom lines immeasurably immediately. So we're giving this gift of this money, and I can't figure out why we're not taking advantage of this. We're falling behind all the states around us. Makes no sense to me. So thank you very much, and I'm interested in comments.
Representative Landwehr.
You know, we've had this discussion. We had it in the Mental Health Modernization. We also had it in the CanCare Oversight Committee. And one thing that we hear on a repeated basis is we're underfunding this. We don't have the proper reimbursement rates. We don't have enough Medicaid providers willing to take Medicaid, especially in the area of dental. It's very hard to find a dentist that does the Medicaid. And so our philosophy has been that if we are not currently funding at proper reimbursement rates on our existing programs that we've had for years and we have underfunded them, why would we add on a new program? So that's one of the reasons that we're doing it. Yes, it's new money for X number of years. It doesn't get you any more providers. It doesn't make the providers take any more Medicaid. So you're not going to, you might be able to help out some of your CMHCs, you may be able to help out some of your FQHCs as well. But again, a lot of these folks that you're talking about walking in there, they wouldn't even qualify for the Medicaid expansion. So how do you bring in a new program, spend more money on it, because it will cost us at some point, it costs us, would you agree? When you're done. Okay, it costs us when we're not even doing the proper reimbursement rates today.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you. So if you ask any mental health clinic or any safety net clinic or any provider that takes Medicaid, they would prefer something over nothing. Otherwise, they walk in with nothing. So I don't agree. And then we always hear the argument about the disability population, and we hear about the waiting list. I can't think of anything that would help that population more than having more direct service providers. We hear that all the time. We can't get people to do these jobs. We don't pay enough. They don't have insurance. Think about allowing these people to have Medicaid expansion, to have insurance, so they don't have to go work at Amazon or someplace else, or even Walmart to get insurance. They would have insurance, so you'll have more direct care service providers. That's the way you whittle away at that waiting list. That's the way. And no, I don't think it will cost. If you do the research and look at the states that have passed Medicaid expansion, anyone who's had a few years' experience, it pays for itself. It pays for itself. And we're going to have $400 million that we could use for a lot of these services that we so desperately have been identified for our Social Services Budget Committee. I think it's budgetary malpractice not to take this money to insure these people. These are people who are working. These are people who either can't afford the insurance or their employer doesn't offer it.
Representative Landwehr.
Well, you're also not taking into account the number of people that will be required to come off of Obamacare, and that's the 100 to the 138%. So they will lose their doctor. They'll have to go out and find them another doctor. There's a cost to that because we're not paying for those individuals today. There will be a cost to it, and we can, you and I can sit here and just, we're just going to have to agree to disagree on that. But there is a cost to it. You're not going to increase the reimbursement rates. That $400 million you talk about is not going to enhance any of these programs. And just because you have insurance doesn't mean that you use insurance. We also hear the excuse that, well, more children will have insurance. Children are at, what, 250, I believe, % of poverty level now. That's better than what it is with the Medicaid expansion. And that doesn't fund kids. CHIP is what funds kids' health insurance.
Representative Wolfmore.
I understand that, and I didn't mention children because I completely understand that. Every state in the United States, we're at 38 now, will eventually expand Medicaid. We're just wasting time and we're going to miss out on this federal care because we don't know how long it's going to last. Every state is going to have to do it or we're going to fall desperately behind. We're already behind the surrounding states. We're losing some of our professionals, for example, in mental health because the surrounding states who are getting in this additional money into their mental health programs can afford to pay more, and so we're losing our professionals that are on the border. This is a real problem, and we will eventually do it. I am sure of that because we have to. I just wish we'd take advantage of this federal carrot while it's still existing and insure these people so to assure they can stay in the workforce. Thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
And I'm glad you brought up the issue of the mental health issues on the border. That's what the CCBHCs are going to address, because that's where that problem is. It's not Medicaid expansion that is paying a higher rate. Medicaid expansion does not increase the reimbursement rates. It just puts more people on your welfare rolls. That's all it does. The CCBHCs will get cost reimbursement versus a set reimbursement, which is what CMHCs get today. This is what Oklahoma has had, and this is what Missouri's had. Kansas missed an opportunity several years ago to not get in the first batch of the CCBHCs, and we're just now playing catch-up. That's where we're losing, where Oklahoma and Missouri can pay, $10,000, $12,000 more. That's not where Medicaid expansion comes in.
Representative Wolfmore.
I completely disagree. I absolutely understand CCCHPs, and we should have done them a few years ago. I absolutely agree with that. How Medicaid expansion contributes, not having it, to losing people. You're a CMHC across the border. You are taking in a lot more money because more people who come in have a payer. They have insurance if you have Medicaid expansion. Instead of that CMHC just simply having to take charity care, they have money coming in. I didn't say it raised the rate. They have money coming in. So they are a more prosperous organization that can afford to pay their professionals more, the psychiatrists, their nurses, and that's where we are losing. I'm not saying that the certified community behavioral health clinics don't help. I am not saying that, but this would be extremely important and very beneficial, and that's why all the community mental health centers are advocating for this, as are of the safety net clinics. And I'll stop and let other people contribute to the discussion.
Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually asked for a question before all that happened, so I just wanted to follow up with one comment about providers, that we don't have more providers to take care of those 150,000 people. They already are taking care of them. They're just doing it for free, or it's happening in the emergency room. But the comment I wanted to make earlier when I got my name on the list was that, well, I guess Representative Sutton is out of the room, but he asked about what the requests were. And some of these requests were actually in the governor's recommendation in the form of Medicaid expansion. So, I mean, certainly not all of them, but some of this would have been covered. And that, just to follow up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not only are we deducting 500, not only are we taking $596 million out of the budget, then we're adding in for things that would have been covered under that. So, thank you now, Mr. Chair.
Representative Humphreys.
Mr. Chairman, my question really wasn't about this exactly. So if there's anyone else that has something about this, then you can come back to me.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. You know, obviously, the three Democrats on this committee did not agree with this. And in fact, we had a little discussion about it, and we asked to be counted as a no. You know, because it is an important issue here, but it wasn't one that I was going to write a minority report about, because there was so much more in this budget that I was really thankful that we got in here. My only comment would be, if 38 states have committed to this, and they can change it to fit their own state needs, and I'll just use Kentucky, which is the one I've really been following, that has very happy with how it happened. If 38 states were willing, are willing, and making it work to fit their specific needs of their state population, why would we want to be in the 12 that did not do it? We always like to brag about what the majority is doing, and we have a problem with what the minority is doing. But I would look at that and say, you mean to tell me you think 38 states were ill-advised, were not informed, don't care about that or something, but 38. Now, maybe if there were 12 and we were in the 38 category, I'd say, well, you know, I'm a little skeptical, you know, that's what, but 38? They can't all be wrong and not benefiting from this opportunity. That's all I'll say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Helgerson.
First, I was out of the room for just a minute. We're not on a motion, correct? Okay. Let me go back first to a couple questions. Now, if we don't do this, we lose $68.5 million if we don't do Medicaid expansion. Is that correct?
Chairman Carpenter.
Yes. The governor had plugged in the anticipated savings from Medicaid expansion at $87.5 million. The SGF program expense for a half a year, now keep in mind, this is one half year, was 19 million. So I had to subtract the cost of it from the savings to get the 68 million to add back in there.
Representative Helgerson.
Okay, so the total savings is 87. We have a $19 million cost.
Right.
And so we have the $68.5 million savings for half of a year.
Right.
Okay. I have heard that this program or this enhancement goes on for 8 quarters.
Correct.
So this is for half of a year, and we would have another 3 quarters on top of this, correct? Is that right?
Correct. Well, from the start, so it really wouldn't, not from here, but it'd be when it started. And you'd think about it, it would probably start in July, so it would be the last 6 months of 2023, and then 2024, and then half of 2025, if you think about that.
So the total loss that we have is 68 point, is the 19, what it will be annually, or once it gets started, it'll be less?
It'll be that much.
Okay, So it's
Ongoing costs.
ongoing costs. So the 68.5 is actually times, what, 3?
8.
8?
8.
Okay. So is that the 400 million that Representative referenced?
I'll have Representative Wolfmore answer that.
So what they are saying over the 8 quarters is it's anywhere between 350 and 440, 50 million. When they did the budget, they took the most conservative. So the 68 came from more like assuming it was 350. So they wanted to give us the most conservative estimate they could. So the 68 would be for half a year.
Okay. So ballpark, I'm sorry.
Representative Helgerson.
So the ballpark is we're going to lose $400 million for not doing it. Ballpark.
Right.
Low, high, somewhere in that range. Representative, you made a remark that this program would be funded for 10 years, I thought you said. Was that 10 quarters or 10 years?
Representative Wolfmore.
So I didn't mean to confuse you, Representative Halgerson. That's probably my fault. So what I said is if you wanted to, that would pay for 10 years worth of expansion. So $400 million at about $40 million a year, even if there's no economic development offsets, nothing else would pay for about 10 years worth if you set that money aside. That was my point on that.
Okay.
Representative Helgerson.
So a question to the committee. If the program had a sunset, and why not take the federal funds, which we do for COVID, which we've done for, ARA, but I was trying to think of the program, but for armories, because we build armories, because we get federal funds. So why don't we take the funds because it's free services for 5 years or 10 years? If you have a concern about it, you put a statement in that says, we're not going to do it because we're not sure if the federal funds are going to be there. But we say it ends it in 5 years or 10 years because it's paid for free.
Chairman Carpenter.
I'm about 99% sure that CMS would never allow that, for us to sunset that program. And the other thing about that program is the match is for 90-10 for 10 years, and then we don't know what it'll be at the end of that.
There's no limit on it, right?
Representative Wolfmore.
I'm sorry. There's not a 10-year limit on the match. That 90 is what it is
Okay.
for.
Well, I stand corrected then.
That's okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Helgerson.
Well, I'm going to go back to the point. The feds they're not going to question. I disagree with you, sir. And the reason I say is we authorize all of Medicaid annually. We authorize it through the appropriation process. The departments will put a plan together and say, we're going to continue it. But nursing homes was a perfect example. We don't have to provide the nursing home services unless we decide to provide that service through the plan and through the appropriation process. Everybody knows how I feel about the budgets. I feel strongly that we should move ahead with this because we have had a unique opportunity come to us this year. And that is every person in this state, every legislator in this state can provide services to over 1,000 people that would be in their own districts in theory, free, that they don't have right now. So I think my district has 25,000 people or whatever it is. So I have 1,000 people that don't have health insurance. If you just use the straight numbers and you say, 4% of my population can get health care, and I can work out trying to deal with whatever the logistics are other than that, And it can, every person, in this House and in the Senate could have that kind of benefit. And hey, I know the financial cliffs out there. And you hear me rail on them all the time. But that's why I also know that this program can be funded for a limited period of time, be it 5 years or 10 years, and it will not go on unless the legislature steps up and says, we're going to do it again. We'll also may or may not have a new governor at that time. But this is a free program, and I'll tell you, everybody else in the country knows that we're going to have to eventually have it. You know, we are one of a handful of states that don't have it. And believe me, I understand Representative from Sedgwick and the concerns that it's not doesn't give the same reimbursements. It doesn't give everything I'd like. It can be more efficient. I'd rather do a Massachusetts model. But heck, I don't get this kind of money often. I don't ever get it. You know, if we were building an armory, and I've heard this in this room, we're getting 60% for building this armory, or 80%, or 90%, whatever it is. I'm telling you, you get 100% and you give health care for 150,000 people or 160,000 people. We don't get this deals walking away. If I was in the car business, I'd go, I'm going to give you this car free for 5 years. You can drive it and then you can return it. None of you would turn down that deal. Yeah, you can. You can just simply say no. Now, me, I don't have a problem, as you well know, saying no to some things. But for the health and the safety of these 160,000 people, and I'll tell you, I see these people all over the communities, walking on the streets that don't have homes, you know. So I think the question was asked, go ahead and make the motion. Yeah, I'll make the motion that we should put the money in and we should fund Medicaid expansion.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Wolfmore. Discussion on the motion. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for the discussion. I'll be supporting this, which is probably no surprise to anyone. You know, we hear about the stories of the folks that need and could benefit under expansion. I talk to them in my district all the time. People ask how a district like mine, who hasn't sent a Democrat in over 30 years to Topeka, did it, and it's because I went and talked to people door to door, and constantly they talked about access to healthcare being an issue. It's also personal to me because as someone who has access to healthcare, because I've had insurance through my employment over the years, I was able to address a number of concerns and medical conditions that I deal with every day that those folks don't have the access to. I battle clinical depression. I battle general anxiety disorder. And I'm able to overcome that and be here because I've had access to mental health care. I've had access to those counselors. I've had access to a physician. I take a preventative medication that costs $18,000 a year. Folks that don't have access to prescription drug coverage can't access that sort of medication. So this is very personal to me. It's personal to the people in my district, so I'll be voting yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some clarification. So is this with a sunset? How does your motion, is it with a sunset? Is it just Medicaid expansion? What is it?
Representative Helgerson.
I have heads shaking at me going, no. No, my motion and my intent is, I'll put it 5 years, that the legislature has to approve or reapprove the program in 5 years because we have enough money to fund it for over 5 years without any question. So I'm saying that we'll fund it for 5 years, and at the end of that time, the legislature in that period of time has to reappropriate it some way.
Okay. Mr.
Now,
Chairman.
let me be,
Okay.
I don't want to give you the impression that I'm trying to get one over on you. So I want to say this. That can be interpreted probably by, if you pass an appropriation, that's probably an authorization. So if in this budget committee in 4 years, and God help me if I'm here at that time, you know, if you pass an appropriation that has that, you know, or if I'm chairman of the subcommittee at that time and I make that recommendation, funnier things have happened, that would be enough authorization. So it doesn't have to be a specific bill. It can be done strictly by a appropriation recommendation in the budget bill.
Okay. My clarification would be is, and this probably would be for Amy, and then we have some department staff out there. Has KDHE ever allowed for a sunset on a Medicaid expansion program?
That's a good question in regards to the modification of the initial motion, because I don't think that was included in your initial motion. You are wanting a sunset provision of 5 years. Representative Helgerson.
What I'm saying is that there will be a recommendation by the legislature to continue the Medicaid expansion program.
All right.
I'm unclear.
So am I. Representative Wolfmore.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe what you're saying is there would be no official sunset, but look at the program again at 5 years. Is that what you're saying?
I can say that.
Okay, that would be,
Then there needs to be a modification to your initial motion because that was not included.
Okay, I'll modify the motion then to that.
Is it all right with the second?
oh, I was the second.
Yeah.
Yes, I just didn't want I didn't want to have official sunset on there because I don't want to give people a reason to vote no because of something that CMS might not want to accept.
Any further discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Representative Wolfmore.
And I will just make one other point. You know, we hear about the cost of health care all the time, and we hear about the high cost of health insurance, but what we're not thinking about in terms of that is uncompensated care. Every hospital across the state accepts millions of uncompensated care. Those are people who walk in the door, lots of times the emergency room, and they treat them for free, which they have to and which they should. So that has the effect of raising the cost of health care. That also has the effect of eventually raising our premiums. So more people walking in with insurance is good for our health care providers, and it's good for us. Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you know, as I said before, 38 states, we're one of 12. A previous legislator mentioned that we are offering some of those services and expanding them that could have been covered by Medicaid expansion. And we work really hard to give these programs, of which we had an earlier discussion about, shall we put a lid on the amount of money we spend, I mean, to be able to account for it. It would make it a lot easier, especially for our social services and our health committees and everything else, if we had more revenue. We're doing it as much as we can right now to see that we reach the most vulnerable people. We could actually reach more. And I think I heard, you know, say that everybody was concerned and really wanted us to take care of the most vulnerable, those that have served this country, those that have done all of this. This would provide that opportunity for us to do more in that area. I will support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Owens.
Every year, we have this question, and every year, I poll my district. The question to my district, and a postcard sent to every single household that had a voter in it, regardless of political affiliation, by the way. So sent to Republicans, Democrats, and Independents. There was one vote per household. The question was, do you support Medicaid expansion? And in parentheses, clarify that as taxpayer-funded free health care for the working poor, which is what Medicaid expansion is. The results are as follows. for all households in my district, including all political affiliations, only 47% said yes. 53% said no. When I look at just the Republican total, it is 70% no and 30% yes. So the decision for me is very clear, very easy, based on my district, that I will not support this motion because my district nor I support the expansion of Medicaid. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Helgerson, you may close.
I appreciate the comments that all of you have made. I would hope in the future that we ask ourselves and ask our district, would you take federal funds in order to do that? Because they're taxpayer dollars too. My guess is that in a different realm, the PPP loans that were for small businesses, if I polled the businesses that are in my district in all of the city of Wichita, I could bet I'd get the number of businesses, the majority of businesses would say, I don't want you to fund, use federal funds or state funds to help small businesses. But I can tell you, those people lined up in order to make sure that they had money in order to keep going through COVID. We at times will stand up and put money into programs that help and benefit those that need it on a temporary basis. And I underline temporary basis because I put the sunset in. You know, if you go back and look, and I put in a few expansion bills for Medicaid, I tried to do it with cigarette taxes and a few other things. Because all of you know that I'm not going to, I don't want to build a hole. But you do not have an opportunity now of saving the state money. This is a $400 million hole that you're going to create by not doing this amendment. I've not been in the legislature before and seen that kind of an opportunity is there, and we can make a profit off of it during that period of time and still provide services for 150,000 people. You know, I understand we may get locked into different roles and different hats. Later on, I appreciate that. Not today, but next week, and usually during the day, every day, I'll move from this to 1:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon. Well, tax will be. And I have a whole list of people that are asking for money to be given to them for tax reductions, starting with the governor, starting with the state chamber. And I'm going to say, hey, look, we now have a $400 million hole if we don't pass this, and I don't know if I can afford to do some of this stuff. You know all the arguments. I urge you to look at it, how it balances our state, and it protects and provides the services. Move the motion.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The noes appear to have it. Division has been called. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion fails on a vote from 7 to 11. We're back on the budget for fiscal year 2023. I did receive some information from the research department in regards to Representative Humphrey's question in regards to the maternal and child health home visiting. There is no income requirement in regards to that particular program. I don't really know what the eligibility requirements would be then, but I guess it was just for anyone that has a child. Would be the eligibility. But there is no income requirements. So I just wanted to relay that back to the committee. Any further discussion? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to make a motion, but I do need to just let my thoughts be heard. And that has to do with the extended Medicaid coverage for pregnant women going from 2 months to 12 months. The government, through ARPA, created an opportunity to extend that coverage. And that is Medicaid expansion. For you that just voted against it, that going from 2 months to 12 months for women who just had a baby, that is expanding Medicaid for that group of women. And I'm not in favor of it. I do know that group of women to some extent because of my other job. And it's not just because of the money. I mean, if we took it out, I think it'd be like a little over $5 million. It's not about that. It's about what's in the best interest of women, in my opinion. And, maybe a little longer than 2 months is good and get them on their feet and going. But to extend it for a year, I think keeps, even kind of handicaps them from going out and doing what they need to be doing. And that is just my personal feeling about that. And, I'm also, since there's no eligibility with the visits, I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I think if someone needs a visit after they've had a baby, they should have it. They should get it. No issues. But I just don't know what that would look like. And, I know there's grandparents in here, and probably your kids and grandkids, they don't need that visit. It's all well. And so I don't think we need to be paying for those things when we don't need them. So just, not going to make a motion, but I just want people to think about that, about, these little things that come in that actually are, in my opinion, an expansion of Medicaid. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and I'll make a comment in regards to the maternal and child health home visiting and no being actual requirements for that. In 2019, we did a tour in child care services in North Carolina, which has been kind of the staple in the nation of how they address child needs. And this topic was actually brought up. And they have the visits from a nurse that goes into a family that has just had a child. And there was one example that they brought up that the mother had been instructed incorrectly on the formula and how to make that formula. So that would have been an individual who probably would not have needed the home visit, but because the nurse was there at the time when she was making the formula and saw that it was being done incorrectly, she was able to correct that for proper nutrition for that child. And that is, I think, the purpose of what we're trying to do here. So even though that particular family probably really didn't need the visit, because the visit occurred, there was a correction made. And that was for the betterment of the child and for its nutrition. So I just wanted to kind of mention that as well. Representative Buchanan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the discussion. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but there are studies that have shown that postpartum depression can be delayed and come well after 2 months, and that impacts all income levels. And that's, for me, that's a primary reason to have the home visits, to recognize the depression. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And other comments that I was going to make, you already did, so thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you haven't read a whole lot about postpartum or understand it, it is serious. And I'll use a figure that you probably all know, Serena Williams. Serena Williams had a very difficult pregnancy. She almost died. As a result of that, she had lots of other complications, and some of them were depression and a whole combination. Now, you don't have to be a famous person. She has enough money that she could buy all of us in this room, So it wasn't finances. It was a medical issue that I think needs to really be addressed. And for a lot of women out there, it is a medical need, and we're just recognizing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, committee, any further discussion? Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go back and thank you all for having the discussion on Medicaid expansion. I meant to say that. I know it's a polarizing topic. I understand that completely, but I appreciated the opportunity to discuss it and get some of the information out as you further consider it. Thank you so much.
All right.
Could I just respond?
Representative
really quick?
Humphreys.
So I appreciate everything y'all said, and I agree, and the postpartum is certainly an issue. And I sort of just added that in my comments, the visits, because I just don't know how I feel about that. My main comments, though, had to do with the Medicaid funding expansion. So that was kind of my main comments. And the visits, I can see pros and cons on that, so thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the committee for the lively discussion that we've had on these topics. I think that we'll have more in the future. I look forward to visiting with each and every one of you on these issues. My door is always open. They're not going to go away. Healthcare is going to continue to be a huge expense in our society. And so I welcome that. I appreciate the lively discussion. And with that, I move the Kansas Health and Environment budget for 22 and 23, if I can figure out how to talk.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Ballard. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, we have been in committee for almost 3.5 hours right now. So we are wanting to get caught up today. So we will have the Highway Patrol and also bids budgets. But why don't we go ahead and take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back here. Preferably 12:35, but closer to 12:40. But let's go ahead and we're just going to recess for a little bit. So I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Francis, the chair of the Transportation and Public Safety Budget. So Chairman Francis, please indicate which budget you're going to start with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to go ahead and start with the Board of Indigent Defense Services, and that is in Volume 1, page 250. We're starting without you, big boy. Go get them loaded up. I'm already starting.
I'm trying, baby.
Okay. Okay, so for 2022, for the Board of Indigent Defense Services, I might real quickly just talk about what they do. These are commonly known as our public defenders, and also they do the payment of the assigned counsels in the communities where we either don't have enough public defenders, but when you get out into my part of the world where we don't have any public defenders at all. So that's kind of their primary deal, and they've got a constitutional responsibility to make sure that people that are charged with crime have the right to competent counsel. And that's what's driving some of these issues right here. So the agency requests a revised estimate of $43.7 million, including $43.1 million SGF in fiscal year 2022. This is an all-funds decrease of $43,863 or 0.1%, and an SGF decrease of $51,612 or 0.1% below the fiscal year 2022 approved amount. The agency has decreased expenditures for salaries and wages, $2.5 million due to vacant positions, which is partially offset by increased expenditures for contractual services, primarily in reappropriated assigned council funding, and capital outlay of $270,899 for new equipment furnishings to fill currently vacant positions. Agency estimate also includes 244.3 FTE positions. It's a 0.3 FTE position below the approved amount. The governor recommended expenditures of $39.1 million to include $38.5 million of SGF in fiscal year 2022. This is an SGF decrease of $4.6 million or 10.5% below the agency's fiscal year 2022 revised amount. The decrease is attributable to the fall assigned counsel caseload adjustment. This is another one of those entities that's been affected by the courts being closed with COVID, so kind of their work's kind of just easing through the process. The recommendation includes 244.3 FTE positions, which is the same as the agency's fiscal year 2022 revised estimate. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendation in fiscal year 2022. If there's no questions, I'll move on to 2023.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, move on to 2023.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for fiscal year 2023, the agency had a significant enhancement requests. If you'll note, last year the governor approved $39,104,317. So the agency for this year requested $59.1 million, including $58.5 million SGF for fiscal year 2023. This is an all funds increase of $15.4 million or 35.2%. and an SGF increase of $15.4 million or 35.7% above the fiscal year 2022 revised amount. The primary thing for the committee to think about is they had an enhancement recruitment and retention plan. The agency requested $4.1 million SGF to address recruitment and retention issues via pay scale adjustment and the establishment of an internal training program for public defenders and assigned counsels. The governor gave a partial recommendation on this, and we'll get back to that. They also requested an enhancement for ethical caseload staffing and support plan. They requested $8.1 million SGF to support 88 FTE positions to address chronic attorney caseload issues and insufficient support staffing in its public defender offices. The governor did not recommend that enhancement. Another enhancement was the expansion of public defenders' offices. The agency requested 1.2 million SGF to establish a public defender office and 12 FTE positions in Douglas County, 7th Judicial District. The governor did not recommend that enhancement. They recommended some enhancement infrastructure upgrades for $526,000. The governor did a partial recommendation on that. They need ongoing maintenance for the new case management system. We approved them to put in a new case management system last year. They're still in the RFP, or it may not even rise to the level of the cost of an RFP process, but they're working on getting the new case management system implemented. We think that'll help them be more efficient. But as part of that, they need the annual maintenance, and the annual maintenance is high. It's $50,000 a year. They wanted additional death penalty defense unit office space. The governor did not recommend that one. And then they've got an upgrade to their Westlaw software program, and then new licensing for video evidence software that'll make them more efficient. So of that, the governor deleted the death penalty defense units office space cost $209,800. The governor did not recommend that. Also, if you remember last year, the House passed a bill that would have increased their assigned counsel rate to 100. And then in 2024, we would have allowed them to increase it to 120. That bill is still setting in the Senate. You know, supposedly it's going to go through, but the agency also is basically in competition for the work for assigned counsels as the court system starts to ratchet back up. So they requested 3.6 million SGF to fund assigned counsel rate increases up to 120 per hour. And again, the bill that's in the Senate right now would have done that also, but it would have taken place in 2024 instead of 2023 like this does. So let's go to the governor's recommendation. I've already talked about a lot of this, but she recommended expenditures of $46.3 million, including $45.7 million SGF for fiscal year 2023. That's a decrease of $12.7 million, or 27.5% below the agency's fiscal year 2023 request. The decrease is primarily due to the governor not recommending the agency's enhancement request for caseload staffing. That's the $8.8 million, and then the expansion of the public defender's office. That's the one that they wanted to put in Douglas County. There is also a decrease due to the assigned counsel caseload adjustment. This is partially offset by partially funding for the agency's enhancement request for infrastructure upgrades and recruitment and retention. Again, the governor recommendation includes 244.3 FT positions, which is what they had last year, because she did not recommend the enhancement for Douglas County and the caseload staffing and support plan. That's 100 FTEs. So the House Budget Committee recommendation. We concurred with the governor's recommendation for fiscal year 2023 with the following adjustments. Per the conversations we've had about the global increases, we deleted the 4 million SGF for the agency's pay plan adjustment for fiscal year 2023, and we recommend the House Committee on Appropriations consider the agency's pay plan during review of the statewide 5% pay increase. I just want it to be clear, we probably didn't get the totally right language in here. We support their recommended increase. You know, they're paid substantially less than the beginning attorneys, the county attorneys. It's awful hard to make often $10,000 a year less than the guy you're sitting across from in the courtroom. I talked to some of the attorneys in the House just to kind of check to see if they thought it was a fair wage when they were starting off. And both of the two I talked to came back with a higher initial wage than what they're asking for. There's other wages in here also to maintain competitive. And I think this is one of those budgets where, again, I continue to want to sell the concept of a systemic approach to these wage issues, where we look year after year at the under market positions and try to address them before they become an emergency. The Budget Committee also recommended that the agency fund the internal training program portion of the recruitment and retention enhancement request totaling $140,125 from the existing resources for fiscal year 2023. The governor did not recommend this portion of the agency's enhancement request. She took this out. You know, it's our belief that they're going to have enough shrinkage by the time they get people hired, they get people in place, they're going to have resources to fund this if they can find the place to do it. On the training, they have to travel because they don't have the right training staff and the resources to do it. They have to travel to seminars to maintain their educational certifications. So we thought that was important. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
All right, committee, are there any questions for Chairman Francis? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I like this committee report, and I don't have any real issues with it, but I do have a question regarding the Death Penalty Defense Unit office space. Last I heard, and it's been a while since I climbed into this one in huge detail, but last I heard, we contracted that out because we needed attorneys with capital experience in order to do capital cases. Do we now have capital experienced attorneys on staff?
And if we go to page 14, I think it talks somewhat about some of those issues. I do want to note.
I don't know what 14 is.
Oh, that's right. I don't have the, I don't, 263?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've got the prior version. So, you know, the agency is extremely concerned about the training and the certifications that they have for death penalty cases and capital cases. So there is a concern there, but just to read this to the committee, the agency has experienced a large increase in the number of capital cases, specifically cases with co-defendants. Professional ethics and best practices prevent the same attorneys from representing two or more co-defendants. Because of this, one co-defendant will be assigned to the Death Penalty Defense Unit Capital Trial Office, while the agency contracts for counsel for the co-defendant. So I think that gets into some of that.
It looks like we have at least one.
And to address the lack of capital qualified private counsel in conjunction with the agency's staffing enhancement request, the agency has decided to split the death penalty unit into two independent capital trial offices to be located in Topeka and Wichita, and it goes on. But again, that wasn't approved. But you know, that is one of the things that affects this agency is they have turnover, and it's hard to keep I think it's kind of hard to keep the young people in the pipeline so that they can, the newer attorneys, less experienced attorneys in the pipeline.
Well, and Mr. Chair, if I could continue just a little bit.
You may.
Part of the issue is that they have to have capital experience before they can try a capital case. And if they don't have capital experience, they're not getting capital cases. So there's a little bit of a difficulty there.
And that was part of the deal about the training officer too, is to try to get the educational requirements that they need. And yeah.
I've presented a cure for this problem a number of times in the legislature, and it hasn't flown just yet, but one of these days it will, and I'll help your budget in the future.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused, and I was reading it, number one. Tell me again about the career progression, because then it shows up again a little bit in two. So you're deleting that money. You tell me.
Well, you know,
I'm sorry, Mr.
Chairman Waymaster has asked for us, you know, if we've got raises in our budgets, to pull them out and have them to be considered at, when we do the global 5%. And so we did that. But we do support the deal. They're 5% is not going to cure their issues. I mean, it's just not.
All right, okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't following that part. And I don't see anywhere else, and I had read this. Did anything come up about cars,
About what?
automobiles?
No, I
Driving,
don't remember anything
the
about
reason why I bring it-
automobiles. I do have one. I do have one coming up in a couple of weeks, and many of the vehicles we're replacing aren't functional. Well, they don't drive any longer, but that's not this budget.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Chairman Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee recommendations for the Board of Indigent Services budget for fiscal years 2022 and 2023 be approved.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Francis.
I want to thank Representative Helgerson for being my second since Representative Estes flew the coop on me. And I've already promised Representative Helgerson that if he seconds my motion and doesn't vote for it, I totally understand. Highway Patrol budget is in Volume 2, page 1423.
This is our last one.
Oh, dude. My apologies. I thought we were on the Highway Patrol budget. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I thought we were on the Highway Patrol budget. I'm sorry.
All right, Chairman Francis.
Okay. All right, so for fiscal year 2022, the agency requested a revised estimate of $102 million, all from special revenue funds for total agency expenditures. This is a decrease of $326,668 below the fiscal year 2022 approved amount. The decrease is largely due to the agency's revised request for capital improvement expenditures being $462,256 below the amount included in the fiscal year 2021 budget. So we had an agency that actually went out and cut their capital improvement spending. This was partially offset by the addition of $135,588 in COVID-19 relief transactions that were not included in the approved amount. The fiscal year 2022 revised estimate is composed of $100.7 million of operating expenditures and $1.4 million of capital improvement expenditures, and it includes 880 FTE positions, which is no change from the approved number. So you're going to see some numbers jumping around here between 2022 and 2023. I promise you I'm not trying to buy 6 airplanes. I didn't even get a chuckle on that. The governor recommends expenditures totaling $120.1 million, including $18.1 million SGF in fiscal year 2022. This is an increase of $18.1 million or 17.7% all SGF above the agency's fiscal year 2022 revised estimate. The increase is due to recommending the agency's 2023 enhancement request for law enforcement aircraft. The governor moved it up to fiscal year 2022. The governor also recommends funding this request with SGF monies rather than through the KHP Operations Fund. If you guys follow the numbers, when they say funding it through the KHP Operations Fund, that's really KDOT dollars. KDOT funds this agency through their other revenues. So in this case, that portion of it will not come from the KDOT funds. It'll come from SGF. The governor concurs with the agency's fiscal year 2022 revised estimate for capital improvement expenditures. So to get a little bit more into the replacement and upgrade of the law enforcement assets, it's $18.1 million, all SGF, and it is for the purchase of 2 new helicopters and 1 multi-purpose single-engine airplane and the upgrade of a flare on the 2012 Cessna 206, approximately $800,000 in fiscal year 2022. The Budget Committee, we concurred with the Governor's recommendation for 2022 with the following adjustments. One, as we're all aware about this one-time money floating through the system because of Spark, we deleted the $18.1 million all SGF for aircraft replacement and upgrade for fiscal year 2022, pending the outcome of the agency's request for $18.1 million from the American Rescue Plan Act through the Spark Executive Committee. So they've made an application with Spark for this funding, and so we pulled it out to see how that goes. If the agency has not granted funds through Spark to fund the aircraft replacement and upgrade, the committee recommends adding this funding at omnibus using SGF funds to fund the aircraft purchase. I think probably many of you know I struggle with this enhancement, but the reality of it is I would have much preferred a phased-in deal, but we've been messing with this for 5 years. I don't necessarily agree with it, but with portions of it. But they are the experts, and if we're going to get this done, this is the year we need to get it taken care of. The committee supports the agency's request of $22.9 million from ARPA funds through the appropriate Spark Advisory Panel for 2 other improvements. These were not in their SGF request, but they are trying to make this enhancement through Spark. One of them is upgrade on the communications system throughout the state. You know, they got that 700,000 or 800,000 megahertz system. It was put in a number of years ago. I think the agency feels like this is a good opportunity to bring it up to current standards. And then also, you'll notice that they have capital improvements for the Enforcement Training Academy in their budget, but they've requested $5 million for fiscal year 2022 to do improvements out there. Some of this is rehab and repair. It's things that need to be taken care of, and the agency felt like this was a good time to try to address it all at once. The committee also wants to make sure for number 3 that the committee is aware that the agency has requested $9 million from ARPA funds through the Spark Executive Committee for a new executive aircraft. We didn't take a position on that. We just wanted to make sure if it happened, nobody was surprised, nobody was trying to slip anything through. And with that, I'll stand for questions on the 2022.
All right, thank you, Chairman Francis. And I will say yesterday, the Government Efficiency and Modernization Advisory Panel had a meeting, and we were going through some of the submitted applications, and we did see the items for the Highway Patrol. They have submitted the items for the aircraft, and then also for the communication system as well. So we'll be going through those, and then if it's not approved through the Spark process, then we'll definitely discuss it when we're putting the budget together, because we're probably not going to have those decisions until about March 28th. Is when the advisory panels will be done, and then we still have to go through the Spark Executive Committee. So definitely we'll have a discussion by omnibus. I do have a question in regards to the new executive aircraft. Is this trading in the King Air, or we're going to be keeping it?
We didn't get any additional information, so anything I do is an assumption, and we all know how that works for me on occasion.
All right, thank you. Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is normally where I pontificate on the need for these aircraft for our correction system and for our law enforcement. However, Representative Francis has heard me for many months now and years, and then they put me in an office next to him too, so he gets to hear about it even more.
We get to share, what was that word you used? Pontification?
Pontification.
You know, I'm from,
what the word is.
Anyway, we get to do that about these planes often, don't we?
Yes, we do. We do. We have good. So my only question is just confirming that these are American-made aircraft, Representative Francis, and not from China.
We did not put any, we don't have anything on there about what types of planes to purchase. It's my understanding that they want something comparable to the Cessna Caravan for the uses that they're using. They're going to use it for bomb dogs. The Chinese planes that someone was floating around, and definitely not me. I want to make sure that I don't get labeled with that one. I don't think they would have worked very good for loading up with bomb dogs.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm happy to support this no Chinese-made aircraft. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, I don't have any real issue with this, but I do want to ask a little bit about the upgrading of the communication system. What is it exactly that, did you get into any real detail of what that involves?
When we did the budget hearing, the subject matter experts on that upgrade weren't in the room, so we tried to talk about it as much as we could. But I got the feel that it's basically, it was put in like, I want to say 10, 15 years ago. Some of the electronics need to be upgraded to today's state of the art, and they felt like this was a good opportunity to get a future expenditure off the list. You know, and I think that's one of the things that's important about Spark, ARPA spending, is sometimes some of these projects, for instance, especially this agency with the improvements at the academy and this, they're really not going to add to the cost of doing government other than maybe some maintenance fees, but they may save us millions of dollars in an upgrade that's going to come down the pipe in a couple of years. And so while we're supportive of those, we did not support them enough to put them in SGF if they don't go through. That's not our stance, my committee's stance, I should say.
Very good, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I called attention to that because that's the way you use one-time money, to update, modernize, replace, repair, not to grow government, to get future expenses out of the way that we're not going to have to deal with later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on 2022? Seeing none, Chairman Francis.
All right, so for fiscal year 2023, the agency requested expenditures of $122.1 million, all from special revenue funds. This is an increase of $20.1 million, or 20% above the fiscal year 2022 revised estimate. And the increase is primarily due to the agency's enhancement request totaling $19.4 million. They're not really, well, the first enhancement request, $18.1 million, is for the replacement and upgrade of the KHP law enforcement aircraft assets. The governor deleted that, so it's not coming through here twice. It's just when their original request was. We won't go into that too much more. There's a second part to this enhancement request, though, that kind of does fall into that, where we're concerned about ongoing expenses, but we would have had this anyway. A second enhancement request is $1.3 million to establish an annual operating budget for the aircraft that we're buying to sustain aircraft operations. Currently, they get about $600,000 from the fleet fund, from the motor fleet fund. That motor fleet fund is funded by $3.50 on registration fees, I believe. I think there's I've got some information on that if anybody's interested, but that fleet fund is getting used up by their vehicles a lot, you know, as they go through their replacement process. So they want to do away with the $600,000 drain on that fund and have that come from basically transfer from Department of Transportation. And they want to increase it to $1.3 million to take care of the costs that the new airplanes are going to add to their budget. Let's see. So the fiscal year 2023 request includes $121 million in operating expenditures and $1.1 million in capital improvement expenditures. The fiscal year 2023 budget includes 880 FT positions, which is no change from fiscal year 2022. The governor's recommendations total $105.8 million, all from special revenue funds for fiscal year 2023. This is an all funds decrease of $15.2 million, or 12.5% below the agency's fiscal year 2023 request. The decrease is due to the governor recommending Don't you love it when I read something that you guys could read on your own? Agency's enhancement request for aircraft support funding in fiscal year 2022 rather than fiscal year 2023. Also included in the governor's recommendation are the agency's enhancement request to establish an annual operating budget of $1.3 million for aircraft operations and increased expenditures for the agency's career progression plan. I'm sure none of you have heard of that. The governor concurs with the agency's fiscal year 2023 request for capital improvement expenditures. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendation for fiscal year 2023 with the following adjustments. One is to delete $3.6 million, all special revenue funds for the career progression plan, and decrease the transfer from the state highway fund in the same amount for fiscal year 2023. Again, this is what we did with the previous budget. We want to review the addition of this funding in the House Committee on Appropriations as part of the discussion of the global 5.5% state employee pay increase recommended by the governor. I want to make a point on this next piece of language because we finally got the first detailed information on the enhancement plan Tuesday at 3:30. And then as we've tried to come to a better understanding of it, I think the perception of the committee may have even changed since Wednesday when we did recommendations. There's still more information we need to get to clarify some aspects of this enhancement plan. So I just want you to understand that whenever we get to the 5% reconsideration, this next line I may have some different opinions about. But at that time, the committee also recommended the House Committee on Appropriations consider a 2.5% salary increase for Master Tech Troopers, Lieutenants, Captains, Majors, and non-commissioned employees. Part of this is in the governor's budget, which this language was not in our analysis. She specifically says that the pay plan is only for the certified troopers. So we wanted to make sure when we did our language here that those employees that weren't included in the enhancement plan would be eligible for whatever we did at the 5% reconsideration. You know how sometimes when we do that 5% global, we'll exempt the Kansas Highway Patrol instead of a specific portion of it. That's what we were trying to address there. Item 2, we want to add language requiring the agency to implement salary and wage parity with the same pay matrix between law enforcement officers, read Capitol Police. There's also, though, in addition to that, there's 9 motor it's not actually, is it specifically motor carriers inspectors? I thought they had a little different name. MCIs. There's 9 of those. They're not hiring people in this job classification anymore. We thought it was just simpler to do them at the same time we did the Capitol Police. Anyway, within the same pay matrix between law enforcement officers and troopers of the Kansas Highway Patrol by July 1, 2023, and stating that if salary and wage parity is not implemented, any funding added by the 2020 legislature expressly intended to be used to enhance the career progression plan for fiscal year 2023 will be lapsed. The intent of that was, I think some of you may be aware, last year we had that in our budget. It got line item vetoed. One of the things we learned as we delved more and more into the career progression plan, the $3.6 million, was they do have money in that career progression plan to give them parity. So that wasn't spelled out in the governor's budget, but as we dug into it, the money's there. So I would imagine we're in pretty good shape on that. But with that, I stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Chairman Francis. So the first question I have is in regards to the the agency's request and also the governor's recommendation of the $1.3 million. Did you say that was coming from an aircraft fleet fund, or is that SGF?
So their current funding, the $600,000, comes from the Highway Patrol's Vehicle Fleet Fund. They're having a hard time keeping that budget at the levels they need for their car replacements. So in the future, they want it to be included as a transfer from the transportation, state highway fund.
It's not state general fund. It's going to be a transfer from a fund from the transportation department.
Right. They're going to increase their transfer from transportation department.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for Chairman Francis? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of on the same lines there, are we expecting the same sort of repair and maintenance expenses for new planes that we had for the 1920 version that we traded in or maybe didn't trade in?
Representative, I've got a detailed list
That would be
of what
lovely.
that covers. And it's going to be a little bit, my main consideration was why do we have to have the $1.3 million in 2023, because it's going to take them a year to 18 months to get the airplanes here. But so I don't actually have the number for 2024, but I do have the numbers for 2023 on why they need that. Me and Representative Sutton also have Jason offices, and I told him that when we did this, he was going to ask me a question, and I was going to spend 15 minutes trying to...
So in regards to your comment, Representative Sutton, are you saying that the current aircraft we have were constructed by the Wright brothers?
That's what I understood from a previous appropriations meeting, yes.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Something about cables and pulleys and things, I don't know.
Representative Owens.
While he's looking that up, I'll buy him a little bit of time. We heard from the troopers at the very beginning of the year in our corrections committee about some of these issues, and especially the concern over the pay parity issue. And I had no idea that the troopers that protect us here in the Capitol are paid substantially less. I say substantially, I think it's about 7.5% less than the troopers that are not. And so I really am glad to see that this pay parity is a priority, because the folks here in this Capitol, our Capitol Police, do a remarkable job for us.
So if
Chairman Francis.
Going back to thank you for the comments, Chairman Owens. If I can go back to, I do have fiscal year 24 on this. I was just concerned about fiscal year 23. Would you like me to get you a copy of this, or do you want me to run through some of the items?
I think 30,000 foot is appropriate for an airplane. Go ahead.
So for fiscal year 2023, they need $330,000 worth of aircraft insurance if they have the planes delivered to them. So the plane's going to get made at the factory, and then they have to take ownership of it, and then they've got to get it to the place where they're going to have their law enforcement specific alterations done. So when they take it from the factory, they're going to have to cover it. And so it's $330,000 if they get it next year, even in December, and it's $100,000 if they don't get it next year. So their existing fleet, the insurance is about $100,000. So that's $230,000 of it. Helicopter operations is $260,000. I would guess that the majority of that is their existing helicopter. Fixed operations is $196,000.
Okay, we've eaten up most of 600,000 right there.
So they've got pilot training and new ratings. So they got to get their pilots with new ratings for these new airplanes. They've got $431,000 for that. They've got helmets. Got to have new helmets for the new helicopters, $35,000. And then new night vision goggles.
Heck of a helmet.
New night vision goggles for $79,500. When they move to fiscal year 24, hopefully when they have all of the planes and helicopters, it's $250,000 for aircraft or insurance annually, $390,000 for helicopter operations, which is an increase of 130,000 over current. Fixed operation of 219,000.
That's my reaction, too.
Made me a little nervous. Annual pilot training is 260,000. These are some of the big items. Software for 25,000. 60,000 for the Wichita hangar rent. That's currently 60,000, so there was no increase there. No increase on the Hayes hangar rent. I had thought when we had the original conversation about the Caravan that they were going to have to increase their hangar rent someplace because the plane didn't fit in their current hangar, I thought, but I don't see that in these. But anyway, that's how they get to the 1.345.
Right.
1,345,000.
All right, so I don't even see that expense going down in '24 then. I thought maybe it would kind of spike there in '23 as we bought new helmets and then went back down in '24.
And there is a chance that all of that doesn't happen in '23 based upon what the lead times are for the
that's timing.
aircraft.
I'm not worried about that part, yeah. No, I'm just concerned that we're going from old and requiring a lot of maintenance to new and hopefully requiring not so much maintenance, but the expense doubles. That's my concern there.
Chairman Francis.
Well, they do have one Bell helicopter right now, but helicopters cost more an hour to operate than the 206s are pretty efficient as far as operational costs. The Caravan has a similar operational cost to the helicopters. Some people say the helicopter's higher. Some people would dispute that.
All right. Well, I may modify my statement about this is the way to spend spark money, because now we're expanding the expenses even with our one-time spend.
Hey, Representative, the Chinese planes were much cheaper to operate.
Yeah, but they bring with them a pandemic, and I'm just not up for that.
I'm going to make it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions for Chairman Francis? Representative Ballard.
I had a question. May I address it to the representative?
Yes,
But
the
anyway,
chairman.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were on the highway patrol budget when I asked you about the car, and you said, what? I said, the automobile. You go, oh. That was not you, it was me. I was on the wrong budget. Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
So the 1.3 is now going to become an extraordinary transfer from the highway fund?
No, highway patrol is considered to be an ordinary transfer.
So it'll just be an increase of the ordinary transfer from the highway fund?
That would be true, as will, anytime they increase spending, but yeah.
Representative Owens.
Do we need to make a motion that we're not going to buy Chinese aircraft? I just want to be clear about this.
I don't think you've got to worry about that one.
I didn't think so.
I've had discussions with the Highway Patrol. I don't think we have to. All right, let's stick to the budget of the Kansas Highway Patrol. Any further questions for Chairman Francis? Seeing none, Chairman Francis.
Well, Representative Sutton, I'm our carpenter, excuse me. Yeah, I did. Just call me Dan Hawkins. I'm sure glad I got to go last today. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee recommendations for the Kansas Highway Patrol budget for fiscal years 2022 and 2023 be approved.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, so we got caught up today after being here for about 4.5 hours. Monday, when we resume discussion, we'll be having a discussion in regards to the state hospitals for mental health and also for intellectual disabilities. I think Representative Kincannon wanted to address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This week we talked about urban and rural and the different problems we might have. And last night, I just want 30 seconds here to tell you this. Last night, I was talking to my husband on the phone, and he was, had just made arrangements to fly a little girl from Beloit, a fixed-wing plane from Beloit to Children's Mercy, and we had to get off the phone because somebody's cattle got out, and he had to go chase cattle off of the runway. Who has to do that? Anyway, I just was dying to tell somebody that story, so thanks for listening.
All right. Thank you, Representative Buchanan. Actually, there is one more item. I think at the beginning of the meeting, I was upstairs anticipating that we might have a bill that needed to be introduced on the House floor. And so I do have a bill introduction this morning, and it is RS 3052, and it is concerning educational benefits for spouses and dependents of deceased, injured, or disabled public safety officers and employees. This is what was set up last year with the Board of Regents Scholarship Program. The Board of Regents has come back and said that they would like to have different language. So I'm introducing this bill. So is there a second? Second by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor of the bill introduction say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Until 9 a.m. on Monday morning, we are adjourned.